Good evening. Right. Well, welcome to the Fairfax Town Council meeting. Our first order of business, I'll announce a closed session after. First order of business is a special agenda, and it's discuss and consideration of a request from Drake High School mountain bike team for town sponsorship to allow the use of the Fairfax ball field for a fundraiser. The fundraiser entails showing a film highlighting the local mountain bikers and the town of Fairfax on the evening of May 31st after Little League games are completed for the day. And this is Renee Goddard's item. So hit talk. You're on.
I'm on. So it's to see Drake High School in the front row of the council meeting. That was a dream of mine. So thank you all for being here. I'm actually, because you have such a great representation here tonight. I don't. Is it?
Yeah, it keeps
You
on
guys
turning
hear me out
itself
there?
off. It's on now.
Okay. So I'm not going to talk, but I'm there. It is. On and on.
As long as they can hear you, I'm getting a nice microphone there. As long as they're
Okay, so you guys can hear me. So now that you can hear me, I'm not going to talk because I'm going to ask that you guys come up and let us know what it is that you're up to and why you want to have this film night and how we can help you out. Come on up. You go right there. You push the button and tell us your name, and then you can talk. Nope, just push it once.
Now you're
Is this
on.
good? Oh, wow. This is so cool. So, we're the mountain biking team for Drake, and we are not actually funded by the school, but funded by the community and by anyone who wants to help us grow as a team. And so fundraisers are a huge part of what we do. We do restaurant fundraisers, we have the Tamarancho fundraiser, but a really big one that we'd like to start this year is the movie night in the park. We think it really could bring in a lot of funding for us to give us more opportunities to help riders in the future and make everything a lot stronger as a team. And if you guys can help us by letting us use your field, that'd be really great, because this would be an awesome opportunity to show a film about mountain biking to help get us money to fund our team for mountain biking, so all us mountain bikers can mountain bike. Yes.
Boom. Okay. Well, we also want to use the field to also spread like a lot of history of the mountain biking, because a lot of the kids around here don't really know that Fairfax is a big highlight of the history of mountain biking, because this is one of the places where it was co-created in a sense. And this film highlights a little bit of history, but also like how kids are getting fitter, how kids are getting into this sport that's growing throughout like organizations like NICA and the NorCal League and other things like that. So it'd be good to support that too, so that way we can get more kids into sports and stuff like that, which are good recreational things to do and after school activities and stuff.
Well, I can just say quickly what the film is about. It's called Single Track High, and it basically highlights a couple of racers from people that are just kind of getting into the sport and not super athletic and new to it, to, you know, varsity riders like Allie's sister here and another kid who went to Branson, and how they're, you know, trying to be the top in the state. So it really shows what people have to put into biking and what it requires, but also, you know, how around here contributes to it and how it helps them, well, and how all the people around here are good to letting them do what they want in the races.
I also believe it would be a really great thing for the community. It would kind of bring people together, and also the film has a lot to do with acceptance and like fitting in, and everyone finds their thing, and I think it would be a really great thing for people to come see and see that organizations like this are really, really helpful when kids feel like they don't have anywhere they can just be themselves and have fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Sounds great.
Thank you guys so much. I Thrilled that you guys came. So what we'd like to do is go around and see what council thinks of this and then move forward.
Okay, very quickly, after your success this year, you can come back, and there was a film that we showed at the Fairfax Documentary Film Festival half a dozen years ago that actually went back and talked about some of the folks, like that guy sitting over there, who started this whole thing with his friends many years ago, that if you haven't seen it, you really should, because I don't know if you know this, he's really, really famous and a legend in the field. So, and by the way, when I think it was you who referred to it as our park, it's not our park, it's all of our park. And so when we give you the park for the night, don't think that it's a gift, it's yours. And we're happy that you're using it for this great experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, mountain biking's always been a big part of this community, or at least last, what is it, 40 years? Yeah, yeah, pretty good. You know, it's a part of the community, and the community is part of mountain biking. And, you know, I've been in Vermont, and people said, where are you from? You know, Fairfax. And they go, oh, I know what happens there. You know, and they talk about particular trails, you know. So there you go. We're famous in that way. And you're famous, too. I've heard mountain bike team at Drake is pretty darn good. Right? Anyway, so it is, in fact, in front of us because have the ability to waive the fees for this park, and this is why it's on the agenda. Do you want to say something?
No, I think it's a great idea. Love the jerseys. Are they going to be for sale too? Nice jerseys. So great idea, great use of the ball field, and I'm sure there's a motion from somebody that maybe Renee should make it since her item.
I don't think it's working.
Go ahead.
Okay, but I'm gonna make a motion that we waive the fees to allow the Drake Mountain Bike Team to hold a fundraiser at the ballpark on May 31st to follow the Little League game. That's one of the criteria, but it should be over before midnight. So yes, and we need it to be done. So
That's right.
I make that motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, Goddard, second Bragman. All those in favor of this?
Aye.
Aye. All right, who could be against it? So it passes unanimously, and thank you very much.
So go do your homework.
All right. So at this point, we are going to adjourn the special meeting, one of the shortest Fairfax Council meetings, and open the regular Fairfax Town Council meeting. And what we start that with ordinarily is call to order and the Pledge of Allegiance. So here we go. All right, so roll call will show that the sitting four members of the Fairfax Town Council are here. And next up is the approval of agenda and affidavit of posting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, Weinsoff, second Bragman, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes unanimously. And an announcement in closed session action, we gave direction to staff and council. We have nothing to report out from closed session. And meeting protocol is the mayor shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the council has a responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at council meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motives of the council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. At 10 o'clock, the council will review the agenda to ascertain which items will be heard that evening and which, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend the rule. Please turn off all cell phones or place them in silent mode, and that'll be appreciated by everybody sitting around you. So first up on the agenda is interview and appointments, which is the selection and appointment of a candidate to fill the term of resigned council member Pam Hartwell and an oath of office to seat the new council member. So, manager, town clerk, or who wants to take it?
Oh, well, the staff report would be
Staff
brief.
report,
At this point, as council determined at your last meeting, that what you would do is you'd solicit applications for the vacant position. We did not receive any new applications. We did ask the people who had previously submitted if they were interested. 5 indicated that they were interested. Council at that time had also indicated that you weren't planning to re-interview any of the candidates. And so what we did is we scheduled it for this meeting for the selection and appointment of a new council member based on those 5 applications, if that's the council's direction.
Do I hear anything from fellow council members, thoughts on the process to date, or? Yes, Larry?
Maybe if there's, I see Bill Madsen's here, I don't know, Barbara's here. If either one of them wants to address us, maybe that would be a good thing, and then open it up to the public.
Sure. Anybody else?
Either one of you wants to address us? Nope?
No?
Okay, maybe we open up to the public.
Speak now or forever. Does any members of the public want to have anything to say?
Okay,
Well, nobody's standing. Oh,
been there, done that. Okay.
no, we have one member here.
Good evening, mayors and council members. Frank Ager, 13 Meadowway, Fairfax, and I'm here for another item, but I thought I should just briefly say a word or two. Fairfax is blessed with so many qualified candidates that have applied for the 2 vacancies, and you make the appointment this evening. I would recommend Barbara Kohler for that appointment. And you know, a number of reasons why, but a key reason is the gender balance up there on that dais. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Well, thank you.
Mimi Newton, 139 Mono Avenue. I told all of you guys before why I felt that Barbara was a especially great candidate for this post, and just want to let Renee know, because I'm not sure you heard all of that, you know, she's been on the Open Space Committee for a number of years and has been just a stalwart, reliable rock. And I think it would be fabulous for all of you to have her support for the work you guys do. Thanks.
Good evening. Susan Adams, 47 Tamalpais Road, Fairfax. I too have spoken a number of times in favor of Ms. Kohler, and I reiterate those comments and hope you have a way of taking those into consideration if they're in the record, so I could not entirely duplicate the presentations I've made several times before. But I do want to highlight that I do think that Barbara Kohler is an efficient, considerate co-worker and co-committee member, and I know that as a town council member, she would listen carefully to comments from the public from any side of the issue that's being presented, and will deliberate thoughtfully and thoroughly, and anyone who when she reaches a decision, I believe that people will believe that she's credible, that she was thoughtful, and disagree or agree with her position, will trust that she put her her best attention to the matter. And I think that's what we need in the town. Thank you very much.
Jack Judkins, 263 Bolinas Road, Fairfax. I also am on the Open Space Committee. I'm also here in support of Barbara Kohler. I think probably the best way I can say it is that I'm really reluctant to get up here, because this means that she won't be on the Open Space Committee, and that will leave a huge void. And if you do appoint her, if she could also perhaps serve as one of the liaisons, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, we've heard you before.
Hi, Ryan O'Neill. I've spoken up here a few times, but of all the people that know Barbara and worked with Barbara, I've worked with her the most, at least regionally in town. I worked with her on the Open Space Committee. We both went to the Planning Commission, and I worked with her in the Planning Commission. And then I worked with all of you, or most of you, on the council. So I feel like I'm a hub from her work effort and her work expertise, and by far I feel as though she would be the best fit for the town. And most importantly, I don't think it's about Barbara. I think the best asset to our town are leaders who lead for the people, and I think that it's very important to make sure that you make decisions based on the town, and I think that she has that asset in her arsenal of skills, and you know her skill set is vast, so she would hands down be a great choice for the town.
Well, seeing any more from the public? Seeing none, I will, seeing one. Oh, it's not open time. This is comments on the action. Well, at this point then, I will close the public hearing part of it, and do I hear a motion?
It would be my honor to move appointment of Barbara Kohler to fill Pam Hartwell's seat.
And I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion, Bragman, second Weinsoff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So it's unanimous. So if I could, actually, why don't you come up here, and our Michelle, our town clerk, will administer the oath of office.
Is it on? So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. I, Barbara Kohler, do solemnly swear or affirm. Do solemnly swear or affirm. That I will support and defend. That I will support and defend. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of California. And the Constitution of the State of California. Against all enemies. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. Foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance. That I will bear true faith and allegiance. To the Constitution of the State of California. To the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties. Upon which I am about to enter. Upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
I want to thank everybody who came out and supported me, either quietly or spoke up for me. And I also want to thank the members of the council for their willingness to appoint me, and folks I've worked with in the town, Jim Moore through the Planning Commission, and Michelle through a number of emails I keep pestering her about. But anyway, thank you everybody, and I hope I live up to your expectations.
Well, welcome. And yeah, you've already got your expanding file folder here and your extra paper packet, so get ready. But welcome. On the agenda here, I have a number of announcements and then a presentation, and maybe I'll just quickly make the announcements first, just because it keeps us in that order. The Fairfax Food Pantry is Saturdays 9 to 11 at the Fairfax Community Church. There's volunteers needed, especially towards the end of it, or if you need food or know somebody who does, have them come by or come by yourself for a bag of food. It's no questions asked. It's a good service for the community, and as a volunteer, it's very interesting and fulfilling to do. There's one vacancy on the Affordable Housing Commission for a full 4-year term. There's one vacancy on the Open Space Committee for a full 4-year term. Two? Ah, you're right, there's 2. Yours. Did you submit a resignation? No. I think that's automatic. There is one vacancy on the Fairfax representative on the Marin Commission on Aging. And the Fairfax Festival and Parade is coming up June 8th and 9th, 2013. The parade applications are available at Town Hall, so get your spot in the Fairfax Parade. And the Farmers Market, in case you didn't realize it, its first night was tonight, and it's a great institution, and we're glad it's back. And under reports and presentations, I would first have the pleasure to make a couple of presentations to 2 people who have spent a lot of time sitting up here and reading stuff like this to the early hours in the morning, giving service to their community. And I would like to invite Pam Hartwell and Ryan O'Neill up to here, please.
This works? Oh, good. Okay, welcome back. So these are small tokens, but they're kind of fun. And let me see, Pam, you were on first, so I'm going to give yours first. And they're sustainable materials in here. We might as well hand them both out at the same time. That way so now you can sign executive orders later. Sure, you're welcome. So these are, yeah, name, and it even says council member on it. Yeah, and yeah, it's made out of bamboo, sustainable, and all that good stuff. So there you go, and thank you both very much for your service to Fairfax. And yeah, we'll miss you both. Our pleasure. Yeah. And yeah.
So I just wanted to pass along and share with the public that something that Pam shared with me when I first became a member of Sustainable Fairfax. And she said when it was very hard to sort of let go of things and pass things on to new emerging leaders, that the sign of a good leader, or what makes a good leader, is that they become and make themselves replaceable. So I wanted to thank Pam for amazing leadership and tutelage, and Ryan, I see that you've done it gracefully the same way, and so I hope that we can become good leaders in your footsteps, and thanks for the teaching.
And don't walk out that door just yet, because because you want to hear about the mosquito district, yes. But more than that, there's actually another member that I don't have a pen for who has actually been sitting here longer than either Pam or Ryan, and that's Jim Karpiak. And Jim Karpiak has announced to us just a couple days ago that he is going to be moving on in life, and he's been our esteemed town council, giving us advice for how long? 7 years. And so I'd like to say thank you. Yeah. And no event like this would be appropriate without, would be complete without some cake, yes. And there's 2 flavors, and there's 2 announcements on the 2 cakes. And one of them says congratulations, because there's actually 5 people we're talking about. We're talking about Renee, we're talking about Barbara, Ryan, and Jim, and Pam. And one of the cakes says congratulations, and the other one says good luck. And I'll leave it to you to figure out which ones are which. So if we take a 5 or 10 minute break now, and everybody enjoy a piece of cake, and thank you. See you in a few minutes. Okay. Well, if you got a hankering for more cake, don't hesitate to eat another piece, because there's a lot left over. So next we have reports and presentations. And first up, we have the annual report regarding the Marin, Sonoma mosquito and vector control from Frank Egger, who is our town representative to that body.
Hello again, Mayor and council members. Frank Egger, 13 Manaway, and I'm your representative to the Marin, Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees, and the council appointed me in 2004, and I guess it's been 9 years. I don't know where 9 years went, but here it is, 9 years. I want to introduce tonight, before I say a few words, our new manager up at the Marin, Sonoma Mosquito Vector Control District. It's Phil Smith. Phil was a former employee with the County of Marin, and most recently with the County of Santa Clara, working in their Environmental Health Services Division. So Phil is really accessible, a little different than our previous manager. We got an issue, got a problem, call Phil or call me. You know, we're reachable, and if you have some issues with the mosquito district, have your new manager contact Phil, and we'll get you answers real quick. Just a few little words about what we're up to. You know, Fairfax appointed me because they were concerned about the possible aerial pesticide spraying or even applications from a truck-mounted rig of pesticides in our community. Fairfax is one of the few communities in the state that has a ban on the use of pesticides on the commons, and so you know, there's been some testy moments with our town and the mosquito district, but that's justifiably so. I mean, here in Fairfax, our thrust is health and safety, and even though West Nile virus is an issue that could create some problems, there was concern that the use of the pesticides may have created more problems for the community than the actual West Nile virus. Our group have joined with a number of coastal mosquito districts as a result of the 6-district decision. It was Ohio cotton growers versus EPA in 2006, and that decision said that any person, corporation, or agency, even governmental agencies that are going to apply pesticides to the waters of the U.S. need to have an NPDES permit before they put pesticides on the waters, and what's a National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit to allow that. So we do some applications in some of the wetlands. We do apply pesticides, and so we're going through what's called a programmatic EIR process here, and it's going to eventually result in a final EIR being approved. What's interesting is that the company doing the EIR is Cardno Entrex. Some of you may remember that Cardno Entrex also did the PEIR for LBAM in the California Department of Food and Ag. Our district is known as one of the most education-oriented districts in the state, and we use pesticides as a last resort. We've done a really excellent job with education, and how about let's get Phil to say a couple of words here, just just a couple of quick words, and then if you have any questions or the audience has any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mayor Reed, council members. Pleasure to be here. On a personal note, I lived here for 10 years and still own a house over on Bothing Road, so I'm very familiar with Fairfax and issues. And I think Trustee Yeager gave me an excellent introduction, and I know you have a full agenda tonight, so unless there are any questions or comments, I'll just ride on his coattails, and I think let his report speak for itself.
Question, Mayor?
Yeah.
I know West Marin has some kind of relationship with the district. It's a little bit different than ours, and I'm not quite sure what the difference is. I understand it's a little more sensitive to the community's concern about pesticide spraying. So,
Yes, yes.
Is number one, can you just give us an explanation of how that's different or what that program is? And then secondly, whether it might be worth Fairfax considering to join or to change its relationship a little bit and sort of model the West Marin way of doing things.
Yeah. You're correct, Councilman Bragman, that there is in fact a group known as the West Marin Mosquito Control Coordinating Council. And they are a group of representatives who reach out to, I think, about 17 different local government agencies. And I'm pretty new at the district, but my understanding is that about 4 to 5 years ago, the district entered into a memorandum of understanding with this group about the way that it would control mosquitoes and other vectors, ticks, yellow jackets, wasps, and so forth. And as Trustee Yeager said, we rely heavily on education, source reduction, prevention of breeding, and then there's an effort to look if larvicidal materials must be applied at what we call biorational materials, which is sort of a biomimicry. It's a natural enemy of the mosquito, rather than applying a higher level pesticide type products. So there's a suite of products that are allowed, and also I must say that out in that area they put in a tremendous amount of sweat equity to seal up septic tanks, drain standing water, and take other measures that would reduce the mosquito populations.
So I guess, if the town council would like to explore that further, if you wrote us a letter.
You speak to the microphone, please.
Get a hold of us and I'm sorry. If the town council would like to explore that option further, you could write us a letter, write us a memorandum and ask, address it to the district and ask the district to take a look at whether or not the West Marin option for mosquito control would be a good fit for the town of Fairfax.
Could we make an oral request to do that from the dais tonight, just to see what our options are?
Well, okay, we have a meeting next Wednesday night. The packet's already out, but I can bring it up under open time, and then it'll come up at the next meeting, which will be in June, the regular June meeting.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe we can
Do you
dialogue.
want to do that? Do you want to make that official request?
Well, since
right
that
now?
wasn't agendized tonight, I mean, is that outside of our,
Can we do that?
can we do that?
You're just asking for information, right?
Just-
Yeah, you can do
Okay.
that.
It might be helpful in terms of information to know that the agreement is set to expire at the end of this year. So I imagine we'll be entering into a process with the West Marin Group to see how well it's worked from their point of view, from our point of view, and what form of continuation.
Yeah, and what kinds of problems you run into, and
Yeah, so,
to see what might,
yeah.
we might anticipate around Fairfax too.
Okay, so,
So we'll keep communication open.
well, let's keep communication open, and perhaps as West Marin's is expiring, it might be a good time now for Fairfax to possibly come on board with and extend that agreement this way. I just quickly might remind you that H.R. 935 is a bill that's working its way through the House. Senator Boxer has blocked the previous H.R. bill that would have overrode the 6th District Court decision, and they're trying to go around Senator Boxer's committee right now. Perhaps the town of Fairfax could write a letter to Senator Boxer saying that asking her to oppose that H.R. 935 and to continue to support the Clean Water Act.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and next we have an annual report, a presentation by the Marin Municipal Water District, Mr. Kevin McDonald, on the pipeline replacement project on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And I see the map going up.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Kevin McDonald with Marin Municipal Water District, and we wanted to come and give you some information regarding another of our pipeline projects. It seems all of our pipeline projects create a disturbance in the community, and though we work our very hardest at it, it's still better if the community knows we're coming before the surprise of being there. This particular project is bigger than usual, and it's on Drake. When we work on Drake, it affects almost all of Marin County. And in this case, it's in the town of San Anselmo, but when traffic gets bad in San Anselmo, Fairfax suffers. So we thought better if Fairfax knew all of what was going on. The project that we have in mind will start near the United Market toward the San Rafael side of the hub on Red Hill, and place pipe towards the hub, through the hub, out the other side, up towards the Red Hill Shopping Center. And we'll finish this project at the Red Hill Shopping Center. So that's about 3,500 feet of pipe, 3/4 of a mile of pipe. What we have in the ground there right now is 1920s and 30s cast iron on Drake. When that fails, it fails catastrophically, blows up the whole lane of traffic. It's terrible. And then what we have in Red Hill is an 1883 line. And sometimes when I meet with people, I have to say, well, I'm sorry, but once every 100 years, we have to come and do something. But that's the gist of the project. And we try to take public concerns into consideration. We've heard of Drake's graduation night is in June there. So we've specified there'll be no work in the daytime hours until after graduation. Now, they will start on Red Hill at the United Market end of things, June 3rd, that's our anticipated start date, actual construction. And they'll motor on down, and it's like a big train with this piece and that piece following each other down the street towards the hub. And they won't work daytime on Drake till after graduation, but there is no good daytime to work at the hub. We'll work at night at the hub. So for the area when you veer off of Red Hill and turn onto Drake for about 500-600 feet in the middle, past Andronico's to Bridge, that'll all be at night. It gets to be a choice of who's most inconvenienced. If you work more at night as you move into the residential areas, you lose the few friends you have. And really, we have no friends till we're finished. And so we really are trying to accelerate this project, get through as quickly as we can. One of the ways we're doing that is we're incentivizing the project. Under normal construction methods, the contractor might be out there as long as 12 weeks. That means the month of June, July, and most of August. We've incentivized him up to a month, several $1,000s a day that he beats that day. We're hoping for a mid-July completion date, so it will still be 6 weeks, and those will be long, hard weeks. Now, we don't work on the morning commute side till after 9 o'clock, but we need to leave early, so traffic loads up in the afternoon. So it's a very difficult, very short construction window during a day. And so we're hoping that this incentive brings him with 2 or even 3 crews worth. So you'll really see an inconvenience. And I've found over the years, it does not pay to underestimate or soft sell the disturbance. It pays to address it and communicate with people and hope they can make alternate plans or hope they're a little understanding of this, and then just to work as hard as you can, as fast as you can, and be done. So that is the gist of the schedule and the work hours. I've tried to pare this down knowing that you had a fairly busy agenda tonight. And now, if there are any questions.
David?
When you repave, will you do it from sidewalk to sidewalk or just over the trenched area?
Thank you. A good question. The reason we had the guts to take on this job is because San Anselmo said they were overlaying. We currently have two major funding sources for pipeline work, the fire district money, the fire flow improvement plan that we have, as well as our regular revenue-based replacements. It seems that all of that money now is going into streets that the cities, towns, county are doing overlay projects on. So we prioritize and I know people think that the utilities don't coordinate with cities, but really, we do. And we are trying to get in with the cities because, I mean, don't take this wrong, but then they take the heat for the big project. They're going to come and be the heroes and overlay. It's not, we don't overlay curb to curb. We contribute towards their efforts. So they're planning to overlay one side of the street, not both directions of traffic on Drake, and they do not have plans to do that on Red Hill. So we will stitch in our trench with an overlay wider than our efforts so that water doesn't get into the street and cause cracking. But no, we do not overlay.
So, if I understand your explanation is if it's not running down the middle of where you're going to work, the rest of the crappy pavement is going to remain.
That's essentially correct. If we break it, we fix it. Yes, right. No, that assessment is right. It's in the list. Yes.
Any other questions?
We will have banners on all the light poles. We will have web presence, tweet presence, electric signboards. The banner over Drake at the San Anselmo Community Center. Really, anything we can do to help the public know ahead of time, we'd like to do. So any help you have in spreading the word, we'd appreciate.
Okay, well, we'll help you as best we can, and doubtless people will be surprised. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next, we also have a presentation from MCE, Marine Clean Energy, regarding EPA award to Fairfax is a green car. Maybe it's of Fairfax is a green power community, but here we have Justin Kudo to correct that statement.
Hi, so I've got two signs here. I'll try to get one facing you and one for the audience. So. Hi, it's Justin Kudo, account manager with MCE. I'm here to talk a little bit about this award that I'm able to give out, which is pretty exciting for me. I'm not somebody who's given out a lot of awards, and that's pretty cool. The town of Fairfax has been a big supporter of MCE throughout our history. MCE is pretty popular in the Fairfax community. We serve about 75% of the residential and commercial customers throughout Marin County. We're also going to soon be providing power out to the city of Richmond as well. Our goal as an organization really is to support the usage of renewable energy. So we make voluntary renewable energy purchases beyond what is required by the state of California. The Environmental Protection Agency in particular really recognizes communities that make voluntary renewable purchases beyond what is required by the state. So the state of California says that cities and power providers in general need to be using power that's at least 20% renewable. The power that's being purchased for the town of Fairfax is approximately 45% renewable. That's a fantastic number. In fact, that actually places the town of Fairfax as 8th in the country for green power communities. So that's exactly what these signs are for. They are from the Environmental Protection Agency. They are in recognition of the voluntary renewable purchases that the town of Fairfax makes through its participation in the Marin Clean Energy Program.
Well, terrific. Thanks, EPA. Did I have any comments or questions from people up here?
8th in the country. In fact, we had, of the towns in Marin, we had a total of 9 communities which were all placed within the top 15 communities in the country. We'd actually probably have numbers ranking-wise that are even higher than that, but because the state of California already has very strong, very aggressive renewable portfolio requirements, you don't get to take credit for that part. So.
Great.
not to be competitive, but did Corte Madera beat us?
I'm afraid so, but if you don't take it too personally, they actually beat everybody else in Marin. They were, I think, maybe about 1% higher than Fairfax. They were 6th, Larkspur was 7th, and then Fairfax was 8th, and then everybody else was behind there.
Could I just add one thing? There's also, you can go deep green with MEA, which you would get 100% renewable or 100%, sustainable power. And we've been doing it for however long the program's been rolled out. It's $4 or $5 a month extra, but you're getting 100% sustainable. And that really, I mean, as far as the ambition of MEA, really the ambition is to build up that customer base, because that customer base will actually fund local solar and other sustainable projects here in Marin County. So, of all the things we can do here in Marin to reduce CO2, MEA is by far the biggest thing that this county can do to reduce CO2. So I don't know, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you know how many tons of CO2 the agency is reducing?
I don't have the information handy, I apologize. I'm sure I can get that information for you, though. And send it over.
It's a huge accomplishment for Marin County, and it's really a model for the rest of the state. So, I mean, this little award really is just a little recognition for that, but the model of MEA is very significant, I think. So thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And finally, with our presentations, we have a presentation from Resilient Neighborhoods, which is interesting plan coming to Fairfax.
Slideshow, or just stick it in here? Flash drive?
It's Resilient Neighborhoods. It's a way to lower your its carbon footprint and does a lot of other community building things. We'll have a brief presentation, hopefully.
While he's helping me, I want to thank the mayor and the new and old council people for having me here and having an opportunity to tell you about Resilient Neighborhoods. As I think you were saying, it's a program that helps people do something about climate change. And I would like to invite the council and the town of Fairfax to partner with us on this project in several ways. The first thing would be to help us publicize the project so we have more visibility in Fairfax. The second way is to give us let us use a free venue for some of our meetings, our team meetings, which I'll tell you about when we need it. And the third way is I really would like to create a model in Fairfax. You're such a good-sized community and such a vibrant and community that cares. A model for using resilient neighborhoods to help with climate change. And this would include the Fairfax Volunteers, Sustainable Fairfax, and the Chamber of Commerce. And Kiki Laporta, who's a resident here and works with me on resilient neighborhoods, I have twisted her arm and she's agreed to help head it up if all this comes to pass. So with that, let me give you, hopefully, I hope, a quick presentation about resilient neighborhoods.
When we think about climate change, everybody thinks government must do something about it. We want Obama to do something. We want internationally something to be done. And then here in California, the state is saying do something, and it comes down to each town with AB 32 to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. But residents are a big part of the problem too, and government can do something about its fleet and its own carbon emissions. But what do you do about residential carbon emissions? 70% of Marin's carbon emissions, and this includes the cities and towns here, come from its residents. Marin residents drive 2 billion miles a year. The average US home leaks so much air It's like having a 2 square foot hole cut in the wall. So imagine this, when you come down, and if it's cold in the winter, you turn your thermostat on, your heater on. It's as if you left the window open upstairs. And people also don't know, we say, okay, we know it's important to save water, but how does that save energy? So you turn your shower on in the morning, right? And you figure, okay, we've got, we know that our gas heater is making carbon emissions. We understand that. But what most people don't know is the single biggest use of energy in Marin County is pumping the water back up to those tanks on the hill that hold it so it can be gravity fed down to your house. And it's our consumption. It's what we buy, the decisions that we make, and what we do with the things we buy when we no longer want them. So how can towns help residents reduce their carbon footprint? Many of the towns and cities are looking at resilient neighborhoods. We are written into the City of San Rafael's general plan. Their plan calls for reducing their carbon emissions 21% by the year 2020. Resilient Neighborhoods is in the city's plan to reduce 6% of that. We're partnering with Mill Valley and with San Anselmo, the Quality of Life Commission there, and we hope to partner with Fairfax too. We actually work on 2 parts of climate change. Everybody knows the mitigation, the reducing carbon. There's another piece of it too. It's the adaptation. Climate change is already here, and how do we prepare for what's here now and what's coming? Our carbon reducing actions are driving and flying less, decreasing energy use, making home improvements, decreasing waste, and using less water. And then the resilience or adaptation piece of this is the preparing for the floods, the droughts, the severe storms that we're expected to have, and the 4 to 5-fold increase in wildfires that are predicted in Marin County. A New Yorker magazine article in January called "How Cities Can Be Climate-Proofed." The article talked about putting in infrastructures to keep subways from flooding and dikes for shorelines. But they also talked about scientists who had looked at, in the wake of climate disasters like Katrina and Sandy and the heat wave in Chicago, and they looked at identical neighborhoods, and they wondered why there were a lot of fatalities in one and no fatalities in the other. And they found something called social infrastructure. It was the neighborhoods where the people knew each other, where there was a business that was locally owned, where the shop owner came and opened up the business, or a restaurant, or perhaps a church. It was a place where people could congregate and could go. That's where people survived. That's the resilience that we're trying to create with our program, the adaptation piece. And these are some of the actions that we take: helping families prepare for emergencies, supporting local business and agriculture to make it strong, and of course you have the fair bucks here already, making informed purchasing decisions, and knowing and looking out for neighbors. How does the program work? 5 to 8 households get together and form what we call an eco-team. Each household commits to attending 5 meetings, reducing 5,000 pounds of carbon, and taking actions to build community resilience. It's like a Weight Watchers program. We get people to go on a low-carbon diet to lose 5,000 pounds in 60 days. It's fun. People weigh in using a carbon calculator, select from a menu of actions that's right for their family, take the actions in between the meetings, weigh in again at the end, and celebrate success. It works because people do it together. Our goal last year was to have 100 households reduce 500,000 pounds of carbon. The results, whoops, a big flower. Hiding our great results, which is 106 households reduced 1.3 million pounds of carbon. Teams can form. It can be teams of neighbors, friends, homeowners associations. My favorite part of the program is every team names itself. This one's the Hillcrest Gang. Government teams, San Rafael has had 2 eco-teams. These are the San Rafael City Hall Carbon Annihilators, and there's an assistant city manager on the left and the director of community development on the right. Faith-based teamed, Deep Green UUs, Unitarian Universalists. Business teams, MCE was just here. Yes, you recognize these folks? and they are the Marin Carbon Exterminators. Oops. Did I just miss one? Yeah, no. The team results, one of the other parts of our program that cities and towns like, is we can feed the data back to the cities and towns, each municipality saying what has been accomplished by the residents in that city or town, what actions have been taken. You'll notice the first Fairfax team there, the Fairfax Low Carbonators. You may recognize some people on that team. And we have another team going right now, the Muriel Motivators on Muriel Avenue. And Autodesk did its first team. We're starting a second one now, the Autodesk Carbon None team. Here's the results so far by municipality. There's Fairfax. So what we say is take action now because we're all in this together. It's fun, it's free, and it's rewarding. Sign up for a team and lose those ugly, unwanted carbon pounds. And I'll just say, no pressure or anything on the council, but we have had a council member from Mill Valley and from San Rafael do the program. So we'd encourage you to think about a team too. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to add for the public that there's, I think, 2 or 3 teams starting up right now, and you aim to start 8 this year or something like that, or
Yeah,
as many as possible?
it spreads organically. We got a lot of signups we were tabling at the YMCA and Autodesk and Earth Day, and we got a lot of signups from different towns. And we got some from Fairfax too, so we may have another team starting here and in San Anselmo. We sort of match make, if it's not a whole neighborhood, we can put teams together that way
Great.
too.
I'd also suggest the farmer's market is a good outreach spot. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this is, do you have a website also?
Yes, it's,
Okay,
yeah.
resilientneighborhoods.org or something? Resilientneighborhoods.org, okay. So thank you very much.
So do we have to make a motion to let them use the buildings? Or
I think that's on consent.
Okay.
Next, we have open time for public expression. There's a 3 time limit per person. If you wish to address the council, please approach the podium and state your name and address. Individuals have 3 minutes to speak and 5 minutes if you're speaking for a group. This is the time set aside for individuals wishing to express an opinion on or address the council on matters that are not listed on the agenda. State law provides that council is not permitted to take action and strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be of an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after posting on the agenda. So now is open time. If you've got something to say on something that's not on the agenda, please approach the podium. So.
Hi, Justin Kudo again. Not a Fairfax resident, but I did just want to say, since we did have a team for Resilient Neighborhoods, I really do encourage any group to get together and put a team together. You do learn a lot about what the carbon footprint of a lot of the activities you do in your daily life is, and it's a lot of fun. We all had a good time doing it, so just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Good evening, town council members, staff, fellow citizens. I'm Christopher Lang. So congratulations to our 2 new council members. Ladies, welcome. And number 2, I had an idea. Carefree, car-free Sundays. You know, I have to respectfully disagree with Councilmember Bragman. He said joining Marin Clean Energy was the best thing we could do to reduce carbon footprint. But it looks like from the numbers that they give us, 43% of our energy, which is the highest number of all the ratios of energy we use, is in transportation. So the calculations involving how much energy is saved, how many pounds are not burned, is based on residential and commercial electrical use and natural gas. But I don't think it factors in completely our use of fossil fuels to drive cars, etc. So my suggestion is that Fairfax could be a leader, as we are in our energy use, even though the pool may be small. Fairfax is leading the way, which I really appreciate. I believe that we could do a little bit more just in terms of PR of our image about having, like I said, a carefree, car-free Sunday. So what if a bunch of tourists come into town and bike riders come here to ride? We don't have to drive on one day a week. Could anyone here not drive for one day a week? I can. So John can. I rode my bike tonight, so I'm not a hypocrite, okay? Point being, I think that we have an opportunity here to address part of the mix, the equation about energy use and carbon burning that is sort of ignored, because even though we have the Golden Gate Transit District and we have West Marin Stagecoach and we have taxis and all that, TAM, Transportation Authority of Marin, still thinks we can spend $100,000 studying whether we can have a trolley in this corridor. If you really want to see some gridlock, go down to Sausalito or Mill Valley, because it's gridlock down there. But there's no talk of trolleys down there. So I just think that we should focus our energies on education, communication, to the people that come, who drive their cars for a town and park, as well as us local residents who drive our cars everywhere 7 days a week. And I think if we could promulgate the idea of not using a car one day a week, which I would hope would even apply to the police department. We've given them nice bicycles and stuff. You know, it's a constant issue. When I've lived here a long time, and the place is really crowded with cars. It didn't used to be like that. Fairfax was a lot more charming and safe and pleasant. So that was the second point. And third point, I'm going to wrap up really quickly, is I'm going to petition the town of Fairfax to implement a unique traffic calming device. We're talking about the Fairfax Spine and Sharrows and Torchdown and stuff like that. Most of our speed limit stencils on the ground have faded away. Say, for instance, on Cascade Drive, they're 25 miles an hour, and that's a reasonable speed. That's a reasonable speed to have in downtown Fairfax, but I think it would be more reasonable to have a slightly lower speed. We did have a neighborhood campaign saying stress limit 22 miles per hour. And on Willow Avenue, they take it even further. There's so many cars clogging the street, they can only drive one lane at a time. And so their sign says 18 miles per hour. So my suggestion is little one-lane streets like Forest Avenue, Canyon Road, the end of Cascade Drive, a lot of these little one-lane streets should be posted 15 miles per hour. And I understand the police department says we can't enforce that type of thing, and no one's expecting them to. It's an education and communication measure designed to calm traffic and make our town safer for everybody. And in the meantime, I think we should raise the speed limit on Sir Francis Drake, and then the police could enforce it from 25 to 30. Because between Oak Manor Drive and city limits of San Anselmo, it's an artificially low speed limit, it's unenforceable, and we should look at that too. We should let people get through there quickly and slow them down in the neighborhoods. Thank you. Question?
No, I was just
telling me my time is up. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Sierra Salin. Where do I live anyway? Manor View. I agree with Chris on some things about energy use. The Marin Clean Energy, or the award, is great, but it's still based on consuming. I think we still consume an awful lot of energy, power, gas, and everything else. And I think, for me personally, a more meaningful award or plaque would be to see how little energy we can use, how much we can conserve, because we're still based on how much we conserve. We still hop on an airplane and take our trips or drive everywhere, and we've got our big houses, and anyway, that's the point there. I wanted to say something about MMWD and the grand jury and spraying glyphosate or, Roundup or a Monsanto product, and I would like to see the council write something to MMWD and just say that we do not support glyphosate or any pesticides like that sprayed into our water supply. I think fire is a hassle and it is a danger, and glyphosate and chemicals and poisons are a danger too. They go into our bodies and we drink them and we have no choice in the matter.
And that's actually on the agenda later.
Okay. Going back to, new council members getting sworn in, thank you for that. There was a comment about mental reservations, and I was wondering, how do you make mental reservations? Do you have to call in advance, or, and anyway, never mind. And there was a line about upholding the Constitution. In upholding the Constitution, And the Constitution is interesting in terms of what it actually says, but I think the heart of the matter and the intention of it is to basically protect the commons of nature for everybody, and like we the people. And as far as I'm concerned, we're not upholding that. The commons of nature are basically getting raped, and it has to do with corporations and corporate control. And I would urge this town council and every other elected governmental body of any form to actually uphold the Constitution of nature and leave something worth living in. If you look at Fukushima, endless wars, fracking, GMOs, tar sands, Keystone, they're global issues. But those global issues are going to come back and kick us in the local butts. And where do corporations and global things get their power from? We give them to them. I think we're, the barn's burning down. What are we going to do about it? It's like we can, we got work.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Mimi Newton, 139 Mono, and Chair of the Open Space Committee. And I wanted to let everybody know about a fundraiser we're having Memorial Day weekend, Sunday, May 26th, from 2 to 6 p.m. We're going to have a benefit concert right here in Perry Park with the 11, which is a local Grateful Dead cover band coming. It's going to be a free concert, but we're going to circulate a bucket and try and get some donations from people. So we will be using the electricity, if Chris is still here, on Sunday, but we encourage everybody to come out and join us. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh. That was it. Oh, stop.
Yeah. Linxian Perle, 63 Dominga. I wanted to comment on the farmers market. It's really nice to have the farmers market again, but I don't think it's necessary to have loud amplified music in it. It's more, it's okay to have music when you're walking by or something, but it shouldn't be like right in your head when you're trying to figure out which vegetables you want to buy. Or something. It's just too loud, too much, and even where we are in Dominga, you can hear it, and it's not that pleasant. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's always an issue.
Huh?
That's always an issue in a fine balance. But
yeah, so
okay.
it's too loud. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a new vendor too. So.
Can we talk to her about that? Because I thought that was part of the conversation that we had, and there were people who commented upon that in the selection process. So maybe we could talk to them about going acoustic.
Yep. Well, maybe Garrett.
So I know they were conscious of the issue of amplified music, so they were trying to keep it to a minimum. Don't know if every entertainer will have amplified music, but I guess the direction is, do you not want any amplified music?
Yeah, okay, well, we just keep that conversation open
Okay,
going.
I'll just let her know about
I can't say anything. Can I say something, or can I say something now? Or? To me, that would be fine. I mean, just, usually like in the Redwoods, the acoustic is beautiful. I mean, I don't see it's like such a huge problem to have just acoustic, just totally acoustic and enjoy the beautiful natural amplification of the Redwoods. I mean, I don't think that's a really huge problem. I think it'd be great, personally.
Since it's not really agendized, I'll just report back at the next council meeting about our discussions with the farmers market to try to address the noise issue.
Thank you. Okay, is there one more?
Good evening, council members and new council members and mayor. My name's Kiki Laporta. I live at 25 Glen Drive. And tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of Sustainable Marin, Sustainable San Rafael, and the Marin Environmental Housing Coalition. I'd like to call to your attention a forum that those groups, also including the League of Women Voters and Marin Conservation League, are hosting a forum on Plan Bay area and what it will mean for Marin. We're calling it Choosing the Future We Want, parens, instead of the one we'll get if we don't plan for it. So if you've been following the news at all, you understand that Plan Bay area has caused a great deal of misunderstanding and controversy. We aren't going to point fingers about where the fault lies in terms of the misunderstanding, but some people have said that the presentations by ABAG have not been as informative, elucidating, and with as much outreach as might have been expected or desired. Nonetheless, Plan Bay Area is a very important document enabling, for the first time, the regional, the 9 Bay Area counties, I believe it's 9, to be able to do regional planning for the next 40 years. The plan will be revised in 4 years. The comment period is over on May 16th. And this forum, Choosing the Future We Want, is designed to give the average person who doesn't have an opinion that is not informed, the average person whose opinion is not informed, to become informed about what's in the plan, what's not in the plan, how to make comments on it, and also how to use this document to improve the quality of life and also improve housing and opportunities and job opportunities in Marin. May 9th, Dominican University, 7 o'clock. We hope that lots of staff, lots of council members, and lots of the public will come. Thank you.
Okay, and also on our agenda at the end of, towards the end of our agenda tonight, we have a discussion here at this council, and input from the community is welcome there also. And basically we're bringing that back to the Transportation Authority of Marin, who is also coordinating with that. So, but it's important, so I let the announcements stay, so go ahead. Any other open time comments, please?
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Reed and Town Council members for the time to discuss some concerns that Lower Scenic Road has in regards to the bike spine route. My name is Carol Avis and I live at 34 Scenic Road.
I'm sorry, this agenda item is coming up really soon.
Okay.
And so if you could hold your comments for that agenda item, that would be great.
Okay, so you want me to hold on?
Yeah, this is for things not on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, David Haskell, resident on Glen Drive, and tonight I come to you in my capacity as a member of the Chamber of Commerce here in Fairfax. And in that process of discussing the beauty of this community, particularly its natural beauty and the beauty that we try to grow around us. And what's become very clear to those members on the Chamber, they've, over a number of years, they've tried to put out pots and flowers and beautify this and beautify that. And what you really look at when you step back is a very fragmented approach to how we nurture our environment in a natural context to reflect our values. And in some ways, I'd like to give notice to the staff and to council members that we have initiated a new program within the Chamber. We're euphemistically calling it the Fairfax Civic Garden Guild, in that we hope to take an opportunity to take a bigger global look at how we take care of our public nature space, with an idea of giving it some kind of unity of design and making an infrastructure and a support mechanism so that it can grow and reflect the values that we have. And so I invite you to watch this space and to participate. Thank you very much.
Nicolo Calderero. And I'd welcome new member. Great to see this council. As I travel around the world, I'm seeing more of the earth as a beaten, burned, and eaten place. And people I worked with who were hunters and gatherers 30 years ago are now homeless beggars, and their forest slums, whether from Jakarta to Mexico City to Istanbul. And talking about saving energy is one thing. I think that we can do something now, because I'm seeing the future and it's not pretty. One thing that we tried to do back in 2000, which I'd like to see you revisit 13 years later, it relates to our housing inventory. And in Fairfax, we generally had a very small average housing inventory of around 1,200 square feet. And it's been rising over the last 20 years or so. And people are speculating with property in a way that is making our homes less affordable. And we talk about affordable housing, our small homes are really our affordable housing treasure. And we weren't able to reduce the maximum size of housing in Fairfax to what we had hoped, which was about 2,400 to 3,200. Frank and I tried this back then. It's now at 5,000 square feet. And I'd like you to revisit this because I think that we really have to think about affordable housing in the context of our housing inventory, and also to keep in mind that studies of waste in developed countries have shown that about 60% of all the waste is in the construction and destruction of homes and other buildings. So let's really do something to, you can talk about all the recycling and all the conservation of energy you want, but the bigger the house, the more it costs to heat and cool it and to light it. And about 60% of our energy costs are lighting, heating, and cooling, despite what former gentleman said. But I'd hope you'd perhaps revisit this issue of housing. Thanks.
Perhaps our planning director could get back to us next month and tell us how many houses in the last 5 years have been built and what the square footage is. We must have records on that. Then we'll know.
All seeing no further members of the public lined up, I'll close this open time for public expression. And at this point, we're here for council reports and comments, and I suppose we could start on your end, David.
Okay, the hour is running late, and I don't want us to be making important decisions at 11:30 at night.
Sorry.
Very quickly, I attended the fire board meeting along with the mayor, 2 MCCMC meetings, the monthly dinner, and the ledge committee. I attended one of those, as Kiki mentioned, ABAD meetings that were rather uninformative, along with John. I went down to Pasadena for a League of Cities meeting on the environmental quality section, and this past week with Garrett, met with the head of the chamber and the new fellow who's running it to talk about downtown economic development.
So.
No report.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I attended, I'm on the board of the Community Media Center, had a meeting with them, as we do every month, had a meeting with the Finance and Policy Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Marin Telecommunications Agency, about funding for the Community Media Center, which is in a bit of a funding, it's fallow right now because our franchise fees from Comcast were reduced as a settlement of a dispute we had with them over franchise fees. So we're in a bit of a problem there, and we're trying to work it out with our member agencies, probably including the town of Fairfax at some point. And I had a Marin Energy Authority meeting, which is where Justin works, and that's about it for this month.
So I haven't been officially appointed to any committees, but I have ongoing committee work that I've been doing, so I'll just give you a quick rundown. I did attend my first MCCMC dinner. It was fabulous and informative, and they made me stand up and do a little tap dance, which apparently is unprecedented for a new council member. I attended a Chamber of Commerce board meeting in order to talk about Streets for People. Went to a local task force meeting for the Joint Powers Authority for Solid and Hazardous Waste. And I spent Saturday coordinating the Take-Back Day for prescription drugs and e-waste and paper document shredding.
Great. Okay, so briefly, I also attended the same fire board as David. I put together had several meetings around it, put together a grant application to basically get a trail accessing the Egger Preserve from the top. And that has a pretty good chance of getting some funding. And even if not, we have 2 Eagle Scouts lined up to do trail building as their Eagle Scout projects. So that would be, it's a good thing. I'd like to coordinate with Open Space also. Went to a GPIC meeting, went to a chamber meeting where I was introduced to the new executive director, Bob Kopelman, who seems like a very capable person, and we're looking forward to seeing the good things he does with the chamber. Planning Commission meeting here where people agreed to talk to each other around the Good Earth problems there. The emergency response thing at the MCCMC, and a couple of series of meetings around the Greenbrae interchange. I'm an alternate on that process, and also on the TAM board meeting, so I attended that also. So, and later on this agenda, we have the Planned Bay Area thing on our agenda, and that's supposed to bring information back to that TAM body to get the community's input on that. So that's important. Okay, so thank you very much. I guess now we have the town manager report.
Sure, we have a few things real quickly. One is like the chief to report back on Take Back Day, like Jim Moore, our Planning and Building Services Director, report on the Planning Commission's decision related to the Good Earth. And then lastly, I like our building official, Mark Lockaby, to make a report on FEMA, which is actually on the consent calendar, but I thought if he could just take a few minutes under town manager report to give his report, that'd be great. Thanks. So maybe the chief?
On the Take Back Day with the police participation for the collection of pharmaceuticals, we registered with DOJ, as you know, to collect prescription medications for a 4-hour period only, and it was from 10 to 2. And in that time, we collected 98 pounds of pharmaceutical medicines, which I think is more than any of us expected. And we've processed it accordingly to the rules of the registration and sent them off. And even if maybe next year there's not a town-wide event like we did, we'll certainly register again, and we can collect them right in our lobby on that National Take Back Day.
Yeah, I think it's great keeping them out of the sewers and things. It's excellent.
All right. Thursday before last, at the Planning Commission's regular third Thursday of the month meeting in this room, we reviewed the issues or the building particulars that had been slightly changed during the construction of the Good Earth project, and the Planning Commission went with both the applicant's request and the staff's concurrence with those requests, with the exception of screening the equipment on the lower back roof along Sir Francis Drake, which they now will be required to screen. And that's sort of the first set of items that were dealt with. The more thorny item was the truck delivery schedule in the morning. And staff, rightly or wrongly, had recommended eliminating the one truck that's allowed in the 5 o'clock hour, the one 60-foot so-called grocery truck, and then relaxing the restrictions from the 2 40-footers in the 6 o'clock hour to carte blanche. We thought that recommendation would actually accommodate the market's deliveries operation better. We try to do our best with recommendations. It turns out that the Good Earth's view is that that would actually be very difficult to live with. And their request in their application was to not only relax from 6 o'clock on all trucks, being able to have all trucks that come at that hour, but they wanted to fold those 2 40-foot trucks from the 6 o'clock hour into the 5 o'clock hour. So there would be one 60-foot grocery truck and 2 40-footers in the 5 o'clock hour. The Planning Commission, in its wisdom, went neither direction after hearing testimony, the difficulty of running an operation, the impacts to the neighborhood, and is often the case with the Planning Commission's mandate to balance the rights of individuals against individuals or individuals against the community at large. They promoted a meeting that we are going to be arranging and sponsoring, and I will be emceeing, and we're going to have a sit down with the community, and I'll take advantage of the televised event right now to invite anybody concerned to contact me to stay tuned. We will be contacting the primary individuals that have been upset with the delivery service. We will be coordinating with the operators of the market also to arrange an event in the near future. There's one particular gentleman who's one of the main opponents of the truck delivery who's out of town right now. So when he returns next week, we will be sending out an invitation to sort of when you're available. The community at large should pay attention, though. This will be an event for anybody with any interest in this to come and be involved. So we'll do our best as staff to broadcast this through the chamber, who wrote a letter in support of the Good Earth, and the community in that area that has some so-called sensitive receptors, people that are impacted early in the morning. And we'll do our best to try to burrow into what is it about those early morning trucks that's really causing the problem. Is it the release of the big pressurized brakes? Is it the slamming of the gate on the loading dock? Is it the backup beepers? What is it exactly, and how can we start to mitigate any interruption to the neighborhood's ambiance? And likewise, how can we perhaps through looking again at those truck deliveries and how they're impacting the neighborhood, help accommodate the Good Earth's delivery challenges. I mean, they put 25 pallets out on the floor by the time they open in the morning. It is a pretty daunting operation. So it's a learning process, and that's part of what this this whole effort is about, to hear each other out and learn from it. So we will be hosting that event over sometime in the next several weeks. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon? Yes. Like tonight.
Good evening. There's a more detailed report in your packet, but I wanted to give you just kind of a little overview of the steps that led up to where we're at now. As you know, we had the flood at the very end of 2005, and shortly after that, FEMA sent out surveyors and set high water marks around the town, and then they also went out later and set elevations for those markers. That resulted in a few years later us receiving preliminary flood maps that they provided for us for review. The new flood maps now have floodways, and residents that want to build structures in the floodways will need to show that it will not affect the flow of the water. Basically, the floodway is the area that the water moves in great force, and then your flood plain is, as that level comes up, it spreads out into the town. The floodways, if they're impacted in some ways, then it causes the water to rise up behind the obstruction. So with these new floodways, it's going to be more difficult to build in those. Town officials met with James Riley from Stetson Engineers to discuss possible map revisions. It was decided to request that the floodway be moved so that it was contained in the streets instead of going through all of the houses in the Mono Inu neighborhood, and to tighten the floodway channel in areas where it bulged out, where there didn't seem to be a reason for the bulge out. This resulted in the number of structures in the floodway being reduced from 55 to 20. For public outreach, informational flyers were sent out to all the residents in the proximity of the flood zones, and a meeting was held in the Ross Valley with representatives from FEMA, NFIP, and local officials. Many residents attended to raise their concerns. Draft flood maps are provided, and we noticed the 3 major remodels that were recently approved were not in the flood zone at the time they were approved, but they would be in the flood zone when the new maps are final. So we went to those 3 property owners and we asked them if they wanted to raise their homes up, and 2 of them decided to go ahead and raise their homes, and 1 of them decided not to. Having this new base flood elevation will also make it easier for residents to prove that their structure does not flood, which will allow them to get lower insurance rates. We are now in the official appeal period, and we sent out notices to all residents in the vicinity of the creeks. The appeal period ends May 28th, that's this month, 2013, and it is expected that the maps will take effect in March 2013. So if I can answer any questions that you have, and also we have local resident Kathleen Schaefer, who's the Region 9 engineer for FEMA, is here also if you have more technical questions.
Are there questions from other members on the council? I mean, I got some things I could add.
Did we send out notification to all the affected homeowners?
Yes,
So
we did.
Everybody should
And
have
even
got,
people that wouldn't be affected, anyone that was anywhere near possibly being in the flood zone, we sent out notices. I think we sent out about 450.
okay. And on Mono, we reduced, or the floodway was reduced to 20 properties from 54?
The bulk of it was in Mono, but it was in other areas as well.
So that's the total Fairfax load of those properties?
Yeah, there were 55 that were on the original preliminary map, and now there's approximately 20.
And how was that reduction accomplished?
We hired Stenson engineers to go, and they put forth a package of how we thought that the map could be changed, and those changes for the most part were accepted. We have, there were three residents that were concerned that their houses shouldn't be in the floodway because they're well above, they're at least 15 feet above the base flood elevation mark, and so I'm still working on trying to see what we can do about those.
Okay. And can we get the deadline to appeal on the website? Or is that document posted on the website?
We can put it on the website.
Because I think people should be aware of that it's coming, and
Yeah, it was in the flyer that we just sent out 2 weeks ago.
okay. Thanks a lot, Mark.
And just to beat a dead horse a little bit, because I know everybody doesn't read all the flyers that come out, it gets lost with the junk mail or whatever, but in essence, this means if your house floods, you're probably pretty aware of it. If you're near the stream and you're in this flood zone, if the water gets out on your property, then you're included probably on this new FEMA map coming out. This will affect insurance rates coming up, and it may be to your advantage to get insurance now rather than after this FEMA deadline goes by, because then the rates will possibly be higher. In addition, these 20 houses that are in the floodway, and what that really means is the current of the water moving down. If you have a building project that's going to increase the footprint of the building so that it blocks more of that water, that current that's going down, it's going to be really difficult, especially after FEMA gets jurisdiction over this. So, and I believe that also includes fill, correct?
Yeah, any structure or fill in the floodway.
Any structure or filling in that floodway where the current is. So if there's any questions in the room about this, that would be good. Open public comment.
Mark Bell, 63 Dominga. So what happens on Dominga? What did they rate Dominga at? Because the water has never exceeded 12 inches on Dominga. They've stuck us in a 2-foot flood zone. And there's no scientific anything that correlates with that type of figure.
Well, it was based on the markers that are around town of the high water marks. There are several on Dominga, I believe.
And what level are they putting the flooding at?
It's the level that the water achieved, and I'm not sure that there's are you asking if there's a higher mark or a higher
Yeah,
flood
because
mark?
when I had to deal with these people, I know it says in open comment you should be polite. It's really hard with NFI and with FEMA. When I had to deal with them, I told them that the water had never been above a foot. In the flood in '82, the water topped out at 10 inches. 2005, 2006 was 12 inches. I was told that I was in a 2-foot flood zone. I said there's nothing there that warrants it to be a 2-foot flood zone.
Well, if you want to come into town hall, we can look at the maps and we can look at your specific property if you like, and I can give you the elevation that they've set for that. Maybe Kathleen can answer more about this question.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Schaefer, and the maps that the proposed maps are available on our website at r9map.org, and the community, anyone can look at them and see what we're proposing. And I believe you're also may be posting them on your local website, so you can look at it and see. The way that we produce the maps is that we use the best topographic information that we have. We have new LiDAR information, and that gives us the topographic information. We input the hydrology, which is the amount of water falling onto the ground. We put that into a computer model that models the hydraulics, and then the results of the hydraulic modeling are presented in our maps and form the foundation for what we do. So it is all done through a computer model, and it's been borne out, this process has been borne out in time that it does replicate the real world pretty accurately. So.
I'd be interested to see that because, as I said, they have Dominga as a 2-foot flood zone. Most people are paying over $2,000 a year now for flood insurance that used to cost $700, let alone the other aspects of FEMA, which somehow granted financial institutions to nail you for the full amount. Even if you owe less than $200,000, you have to carry a minimum of $200,000 regardless of your mortgage balance. And I think my last conversation, I was told that even if it said that the flood zone was 1 inch, I was stuck having to pay full bore. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that now it will be easier with the base flood elevations. Before you were just in a flood zone and there was just a height that was given, and now there's actual base flood elevations that gradiate about every 6 inches. And so you would be able to prove that your home was above that point now, whereas before you were just in the 2-foot zone. So
Okay, and as far as getting discounts on the insurance, I have some friends who live on a second, in essence, the second floor. The downstairs is a garage and unfinished basement. So if there's no living space underneath there, wouldn't they be entitled to a reduction?
there are different rates based on whether you're at the flood level, 1 foot above the flood level, 2 feet or 3 feet above the flood level. But if you're in the flood zone, you're going to pay the base rate.
Mm-hmm. But if your living space is 12 feet above, 14 feet above flood level,
you should be able to get a reduced rate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the document in question there is certificate of elevation, correct? Yeah, okay. Well, seeing no more public comment on that subject, I would encourage people to pay attention. We move on to the consent calendar, which is 8 items. So do I hear any comments on consent?
Just a minor change to item 13. The bill was amended a few days ago, so throughout the resolution it mentions 45 days. It's now 90 days. That's just a minor change.
Sorry. Larry. I'm not sure which resolution it is.
Okay, it's resolution 13-22. It's item 13 on the agenda.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a
Hold on.
opposing the AB 162 wireless
Okay.
telecommunication facilities.
So that should be amended in the resolution?
Yeah, it just
Okay.
mentions in a few places that it's 45 days of receipt, and they've changed it to 90
To
days.
90,
It
okay.
could change. I mean, the bill could still be amended.
I heard
but
the bill was actually pulled.
I didn't check it today.
Yeah.
It's dead.
Great.
For now.
For now, it's a 2-year bill.
For
so
now.
The guy
So
can
it
bring
could
it
come
back.
back.
So it will come back.
Well,
So.
yeah, I guess, well, why don't we
But
just
in the
leave this on
meantime, why don't we?
consent?
Yeah, it should be on consent,
Yeah,
but
and then I
we should
can-
probably amend the language in the resolution.
Okay.
I just had one other question on the bail amounts that are proposed, Chief. The amounts look pretty reasonable to me, and I'm not sure if this is necessarily directly related to the bail amounts, but I was wondering, Does Fairfax have a policy as far as impoundment and towing if a driver is stopped and is found to be unlicensed? Are we towing and impounding automatically if you stop an unlicensed driver, or does it depend on the circumstances?
This is not part of the parking bill.
Got it.
Oh, okay.
Although this does relate to, I think, driving. This does relate to, the bail amount here does have a bail amount for unregistered vehicles.
Right, but that has nothing to do with the unlicensed
Okay.
driver. I can answer your question, but
could you-
it is completely separate.
Okay, but do we have a policy?
Yes, we do. We
And-
don't, it's always discretionary. We don't automatically impound unlicensed driver or suspended licensed vehicles. There also is a option of doing 30-day impounds, which many agencies do, but I do not participate in 30-day mandatory impounds.
We don't do
We do
that.
not participate in that
Okay.
by my policy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, so move consent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, with the changes that we talked about. Next up on the agenda is, on the regular agenda, is discussion and consideration of the school bike route project, AKA the Fairfax Bike Spine. I know one of the issues on this, in particular, I have recused the decision-making process so far because I live across the street from one of the intersections concerned. So I need to recuse myself for this discussion. So if you'll, David is the vice mayor, so for this discussion item, David is the mayor.
I also need to recuse myself if I'm looking at this map correctly. Yeah, I live right here.
How about you?
Okay. Could we ask the town attorney, living within 500 feet of a project like this, which only involves putting down road markers, are council members required to recuse themselves? I mean, is this something that goes to that level?
I mean, it's a tough call. I mean, we're expending money doing it. It changes the property or the use of the property. So I would recommend it, yes.
So this, for
Yeah,
clarification, this is in proximity to the entire route, the entire designed spine?
We're not going to have.
Or one particular area?
Yes, it would be who's ever closest to the project, any part of the project, yeah.
Yeah, well, if I explain a little more carefully, I put this on the agenda because of an issue brought up to me for a particular intersection of this project, which is definitely within 500 feet of my house. So that's why I need to recuse. I don't know if people will bring up issues for other parts of the project during this discussion or not, but
Well,
I anticipate that. Because
Okay. I mean, my suggestion is that the two of you recuse yourself for tonight, and then we take comment, and then the concern would be if there were any particular changes that somebody was requesting because of their own house or something, and I can look at where you live and consider the legal issues further after tonight.
Could I just mention something? I didn't measure it because I didn't think it was an issue, but I may be within 500 feet of where this project starts, at which point we have no quorum. So my understanding is if the project is a general project that's going to have general benefit from the community and not a specific project that's going to create direct benefits, that, recusal may not be required.
I mean, that's correct. There's standards in terms of how many people it benefits or what percentage of the population.
So, I mean, I understand John's concern,
Yeah.
but this thing runs all the way through Fairfax.
I mean, I think that's right. But in order to be certain about that, we'd want to take a look at how many people it affects and how many properties are along the way. But since you're not acting on it tonight, there'll be no, you won't really be tainting an action, so I think you can go ahead and take the testimony.
Okay.
And we can look into the issue more closely later.
Okay.
And is it correct, Can I comment as a citizen, or, yeah, okay, thank you.
Citizen Reed.
All right, let's start it off. Garrett, why don't you give us the staff report?
Sure. As background, what we discovered is some residents have indicated that they weren't noticed of the project and they had some concerns related to placement of stop signs along the route. So taking that into consideration, staff thought it would be prudent for us to give them an opportunity to voice their concerns to the council. David Parisi, our traffic engineer, is here, who worked on the project, to answer any questions the council may have, as well as discuss any options for the project. Just a little background, this project was bid out last year, and pretty much the contractor's just waiting for the notice to proceed, so no work has started at this time.
Questions of staff?
I notice you actually took part of the contract back for staff to do.
Oh, that's right, construction management will do that in-house now.
Good, good, good.
I guess we'll hold off on bringing David up unless there's a specific question. Okay, with that, let's go to questions of the folks in the back who I know have been patiently waiting to discuss this item with us. And give us your name and address right before you speak.
My name's Carol Avis, and I live at 34 Scenic Road. And firstly, what we were concerned about, and I'm speaking on behalf of our neighborhood, and there might be other neighbors that will be speaking. Firstly, we were not contacted. I had gone to several neighbors and no one received a notice. So that was of concern. I'm not certain if we were supposed to receive notice from the town of Fairfax and or the county of Marin, or the bike spine route, safe bike program for schools, but no one knew anything about it. The other portion of this that I wanted to address is that we naturally are all concerned for safety, which is number one, but a lot of times more is not necessarily better. A couple of other things that we're concerned about is we wanted to know if there were other options that were explored besides a three-way stop sign at Aurora and Scenic Road. We also were concerned, and we wanted to know if a three-way stop sign would be placed in the proposed area, how it would be implemented as far as enforcement, as far as tickets. Another question that we had, how will this impact parking on Scenic Road? Anyone who is familiar with Scenic Road, it is a very heavily trafficked road. It is very congested, not only with vehicles, but also we do have a major bike route that runs with cyclists. So that is a concern, it's just not cars. The other options, if there were other options, again, explored, and mainly I want to say speed limit, possibly signs, slow signs, share the road signs, yield signs, speed limits, speed bumps, anything else that was explored besides stop signs. We are also concerned about, we live in the immediate area, and we are concerned about the quality of air and the noise pollution. Very concerned. Right now, the neighbors, thank goodness our road was paved yesterday. Thank you. We can now open our windows up and live in peace on our street. However, if you place a three-way stop sign where you're proposing for a very short period of time for a bike route, this will impact us 365 days a year, 24/7. I guess that's about it. There's possibly other neighbors who will be speaking. And lastly, the other thing naturally that I am concerned about is due to the fact that we all have suffered from the economic downturn. We have all lost about 40% of our property value. Anyone knows that when you put stop signs near property, your property will be devalued. So that's another concern, a personal concern of myself and my husband.
Council, I'm wondering how we should, since we're bringing this back, it seems that we could collect all of these questions, staff could collect these questions and prepare responses to them rather than seriatim attempting to answer them now. Well, I don't know if we would be able to do that. Your thoughts?
Well, I was unaware of the possible conflicts with all the council members. So that'd give me a game plan. I think one suggestion would be definitely to hear from the traffic engineer, because perhaps a little history on what he came up with and why, as well as possible options to consider, may be able to address the situation now, and it's more of a, a direction to staff with something to take a look at that wouldn't have any cost impacts.
And Garrett, do you recommend that David join us now for that conversation, or should we collect the rest of the comments?
I think hearing more of the public comment, or all the public comment, and then David can answer whatever questions of the council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Give us your name and address.
Malcolm Fearon, 30 Scenic Road, Fairfax. I'd like to also address the point, the safety of the chosen bike route for the children through Fairfax. I think the choice of routing the route through Arroyo to Scenic is one of the most dangerous intersections in town. We live on that road, and the traffic consistently drives down that road at 35 miles an hour, 30 to 35 miles an hour, down the hill, because it's a blind hill, and you're suggesting putting a stop sign at the bottom of a blind hill, which I think will be unenforceable. People already ignore the stop signs at the bottom of Scenic and Azalea. Every time we walk to town, we just watch people continually drive through that stop sign without even stopping. So the safety of the children, to send them on that route through that intersection, I think is hazardous for them. And I've looked at the route, and there's an alternate to make them turn left on Arroyo and send them on Azalea to Sequoia Road. I think would be a safer option for the route to go. And that is part of the route. When they return back into town, on the official route map, that's the way they're sent down Sequoia. And I think it would be a better option to send them that way on the way to school as well, because the children won't stop at the stop sign at Scenic. The cyclists won't stop at the stop sign at Scenic. And also, if you're putting a stop sign there at the weekends when the cyclists are coming back into town who've been riding at Tamarancho, they won't stop at that stop sign, because everybody who rides down that road tries to gain enough momentum to carry the hill. So to put a stop sign at the bottom of the hill there, I don't think it will be enforceable. And I think cyclists will continually roll that stop sign, and then any traffic coming out of Arroyo, which would then have a stop sign, would think they'd have the right of way and would be pulling into traffic, and you'd have a lot of cyclists ignoring that stop sign there, and also motorists as well. So that's my point. Thank you.
Sierra.
I've ridden my bike with my...
Name and address.
Sierra Salem, 23 Manor View. I've ridden my bike with my daughter for years and my son to Manor School, and on the way to Manor and White Hill, we never took Arroyo. It's like the intersection down at the bottom of Scenic at the bottom and the bridge where it comes down. It's closed in. If you go up to, is it Sequoia, the next one, to the west, whatever it is, it's a lot more open there. Sequoia, or even going up to Manor. I just think it's a much better route.
Other commenters?
How can I resist? I finally get to comment on this part of the bike spine.
John Reed.
I'm sorry, John Reed, 36 Scenic, and near the corner of Arroyo and Scenic. Also near the corner of Arroyo and Scenic and Sequoia. And I know that when we were looking at this section of the middle of town in community discussions with various bicycle commuters to different schools, the jury was kind of out on what the better intersections would be, and one of the recognitions of this Arroyo and scenic intersections was that sightlines were very difficult there. It's also right at the bottom of a hill and all direction, well, in both directions on scenic, and putting a stop sign at the bottom of the hill is just asking for people to run the stop sign, I believe. I think the sightlines are better on the Sequoia intersection. That may be a better option, especially as it was one of the ones. I mean, I guess, you know, it would be interesting to hear what our traffic engineer also thinks about that. Thank you.
If there's no other general public comment, let's bring up the magic man, David Parisi, so he can explain all of this to us and work this conundrum out. No pressure.
Good evening, Council. I'm David Parisi. I was one of the numerous people that worked on the school bike spine route, providing traffic engineering expertise. The project goes back probably 2 years now. It was worked on by a big group of people. We had a open house here on a weekend where we went through all the routes and listened to the public about the pros and cons of different routing. We spent quite a bit of time with the task force, a couple meetings before the council to explain the routes and also the different traffic controls along these routes. The discussion tonight, I think, is mostly about the Arroyo and Scenic intersection, which the committee, by consensus, thought that would be the best route to take kids to school. And something I should say is this route wouldn't be used just by hundreds of school children a day, but probably by other bicyclists throughout the day and on weekends as well. The reason the Arroyo and Scenic intersection, or Arroyo, was chosen as a route to school is because there's no parking on the on the way to school on the right side of the road on Arroyo. On Sequoia, there is parking on that side of the street, and also it would require bicyclists to traverse, make many turns on local streets to get to Sequoia, and then arrive at Scenic. The sight lines at Arroyo and Scenic are pretty poor for all directions. I actually brought some photos we can look at tonight. Cars park on Scenic right on both sides of the Arroyo approaches, making it very difficult for motorists as well as bicyclists who are trying to take a left out of there to see oncoming traffic from either direction, and therefore that's why the stop signs were recommended. If, for instance, a route was recommended instead along Sequoia, bicyclists would be required to meander different streets within the neighborhood. Also, they would be riding along Sequoia where there's parking allowed along that same side as they're riding to school. But we'd face similar situation at the Sequoia and Scenic intersection, in that sightlines are also not very good for bicyclists trying to take a left on Scenic. So we'd probably be recommending stop signs there instead of Arroyo and Scenic. So I just want to lay a little background for that. I have thought about some other options which I don't think would have the same level of safety for bicyclists using the Arroyo Scenic intersection. For instance, maybe not having stop signs at that location, but under a recommendation such as that, as a professional engineer, I would have to recommend removal of parking on the both sides, actually on the south side of Scenic, looking both ways on Arroyo. To the right, there's a bridge there, and then to the left, I think the parking would be removed up to where the driveway is at 39 Scenic, just to provide good sight lines for those kids. Again, we are talking about possibly hundreds of children during the school day in the mornings riding this route, and other people throughout the day and weekends as well. So those are some of the background and some of the ideas we've talked about, some of the options. We did try to not eliminate any parking on the school bike spine route. We do have one parking spot that was removed as the original plan because of sightline issues that the council approved. Somebody talked about property values. It's been proven in communities such as Palo Alto, Portland, and Berkeley that the provision of bike boulevards, which this would become, actually raises property values because it provides a really nice bicycle thoroughfare and reduces traffic speeds along the roadways. So that's a benefit that many communities have realized. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions of David?
Yeah, I've been considering all of these options. I've been involved with the, the initial phases of this, having been someone and continuing to be someone who rides that every single day, and have ridden it many more times since this has all come up. I thank the public for the comment, because as I learned when I was appointed in this role, I would listen and my mind would be open to all kinds of new suggestions. So I see that we have two options here, really, if we want to be concrete. The option of sending kids off of Spruce onto Arroyo, turning left onto Azalea and right onto Sequoia, to me has always seemed the safest option. I will say that I've tested kids and watched them, and they almost unilaterally refuse to do that because they think it's longer. And it's totally not cool to do that, even though we can teach them and retrain by marking a new course. The other option, which makes sense to me, is sending them all the way down Arroyo to Scenic. I understand that a stop sign, and I believe that a stop sign is a three-way stop is an overkill at that intersection, and I echo all of the concerns of the neighbors here. If we were to do that and put yield signs and slow and caution signs, and I know the sight line there where the parking space is on the east side on Scenic. For the kids to look to the left, it's invisible. I mean, they cannot see around the car that's parked right on that corner. They have to inch out, and by that point, cars are speeding down. If there's no stop sign, they're going too fast, especially going eastbound. Especially going eastbound, they're driving into the sunrise, so they cannot see. Kids are invisible going up Scenic. So I can't help but think that we have to look at either going back to the idea of routing them up Azalea, turning right on Sequoia. Then we have to revisit the stop sign at Sequoia and Scenic, because there are similar concerns, and we probably would have to deal with parking there. There would be a different group of neighbors here. Or looking at how we might restrict parking in that said place, which, excuse me, I said the east side, but it's the west side of Scenic, just past Arroyo, during the school commute hours. So potentially from 7, which is when White Hill kids start to travel, until 9 o'clock, that we would have no parking in that one spot in order to increase the sight lines so that kids could inch out and see where they're going.
And just to reiterate, the recommendation from this traffic engineer would be to restrict parking on both sides, because also if you're looking to the right of traffic coming down the hill, parking is allowed pretty darn close to the intersection, and it's very difficult to see up the hill with the cars that are parked there.
How many car spots would be lost under your plan, David?
Well, the individual spots themselves aren't marked, and we'd have to do a little bit more work out there. But as you look to the east, I believe it's a bridge that is not in front of somebody's property. So I think, again, we'd have to look. If maybe it's 1 or 2 equivalent of parking spots.
And David, I don't live in that neighborhood, but can you give us an opinion about, is parking tough in that neighborhood?
Parking is on one side of the street. Actually, it's on both sides of the street, isn't it? No? Is it on one side of the street? Okay. I think the neighbors would have a better sense of that than I would actually. When I've been out there, I have seen vehicles parked in these spots. And again, that's primarily the recommendation for the stop signs, is to preserve the parking and have a better controlled situation for kids.
Okay, so let me see if I can drill down here. The concern at least as we know of it today, without other members of the community weighing in that would be adversely affected, is that this problem could be ameliorated by the loss of 2 parking spots on one street. Am I in the ballpark on this?
At least, because there's more than one parking, there's room for more than one parking spot on the west side, I should say on the south side of Scenic, west of Arroyo, between Arroyo and the first driveway at 39 Scenic. Okay, I think there might be a space for 2, even up to 3 parking spaces in that area. I've seen typically about 1 car parked there, however.
David, would it work to just restrict parking in the morning, or are we talking about just creating a red zone?
Well, I'd say in the order of safety, the stop signs, I think would provide the biggest amount of safety and conflict resolution. I'm not as worried about the speeds. I don't think they're as high as the folks are saying based on my observations. However, if you were not to use stop signs, the next level would be red zones. They're usually enforced by the police department. And I think that would be the way to go. Again, this route isn't just going to be for kids in the morning. It'll be used all day long, but primarily the highest majority of users will be children in the morning. So then I'd say the next tier would be what's called pro-time parking or restricted parking, for instance, between 7 and 9 on school mornings.
But your feeling from your experiences, stop sign is the safest thing that we can do.
Yes, because everyone's going to have to stop. Kids being kids at any of these locations, not just at this intersection, to have full control of the intersection, which is part of the program at, I think, 2 or 3 other intersections, would provide the safest operations.
Okay. And there's a stop sign, isn't there a stop sign a block or 2 sort of uphill? Is that Scenic and Manor? Is that where the stop sign is?
To the west? Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
all-way stop. There's 4 stops at Manor, which is where the route resumes.
So, and then this intersection is 2 blocks?
It's 2 blocks to the east, and in between is the Sequoia intersection.
I see.
Which is also a T intersection.
Okay. Okay.
So there are options. You could, but that's over the budget of the project.
Okay. No easy options here. Doesn't seem like to me.
Okay, Garrett. Do we take the community's concerns, David's observations, and is this a coming back in a month with further conversation item?
Well, if you want to actually get David out in the field and give him some time to figure out how many spaces would be lost, then yeah, we would need to report back over to the council that would be a change to the project, and it wouldn't be a significant change in terms of the contractor, but it would mean that the project wouldn't start until that issue is resolved. So we wouldn't issue a notice to proceed until after the next meeting in June.
As opposed to us just making a decision right now?
That'd be correct.
Based on not as much information as, well, in my opinion, as much information as we would have as if we sent David out for further exploration and had the opportunity to really consider the community's concerns here.
Okay.
Whoa, we can't do this. If you want to come up and have a little public comment, that's great, and you should. But we can't make a recording or really hear what you're saying. David, the gentleman behind you.
Sure.
Hi, my name's Jay Avis, and I live at 34 Scenic on the creek across from John. And I've lived in my house for 34 years. I've seen everything that's happened, every accident that's happened. I work for the medical examiner's office in San Francisco. I know what a speed does to cars and people and everything else. This has got me crazy. He said there's no parking on Arroyo. There's parking both sides of the street on Arroyo. So let's do something about that. He doesn't know what he's talking about standing up here. It's got me irate right now. I need to calm down probably and talk to somebody logically, maybe John or someone, but it's just crazy what he's coming up with. We need crosswalks. It'd be a big thing for kids. There's no crosswalks on Scenic Road at all, any place. That's a big thing for hazard with kids. Just slow the traffic down. That's a speed limit. People are going up and down our street at 45 and 50 miles an hour in the mornings and nights, and the police department's not there to check them or watch them. Nobody cares what happens on that street until this happened. And now all of us, and I watch people, I counted this morning, people riding bikes over the hill, all directions, down Arroyo, up. Nobody's gonna stop any place there. There's nobody to enforce anything. We got a big problem in this town where they run every stop sign that they can, bikers, especially weekends. It's a crazy mess coming back out of my driveway. And it's got me just crazy right now. There's nobody's done any logical. This guy's probably milking this thing down for every dime he can get and not doing the job. And we need to get somebody that can do the job.
Other public comment, sir?
I'm J.R. Reese. I live at 39 Scenic Road. I look out my window, I'm retired, and I see maybe 2 kids, maybe 3 kids in the morning, sometimes 5 kids, some days nobody, between 8 and 9 o'clock. We're gonna put stop signs, 3-way stop signs, and change our neighborhood 24/7 for 20 minutes, a half an hour of time for a couple of kids that go home in the other direction? This is nuts. You know, you're talking about being a green council. Talk about those cars stopping at those stop signs, both ways, 3 ways, stopping, accelerating. We're going to be breathing in that. We're all going to be breathing in that. Let's not kill an ant with a sledgehammer. Let's come up with a compromise here so the neighbors are happy and the kids are still going to school. That's all we want. Thank you.
David, a quick question. Is the alternative stop signs or loss of a couple of parking spots? Is that the
Yeah, to drill right down, myself as a professional engineer, if this is the route, it's either stop signs or restricting parking. Because this is in the manner of the safety for the kids. The last thing we want is a kid taking a left turn, and we do expect hundreds of children to be taking this route. Last thing we want is a kid to get hit by a car. I also want to reiterate that this school bike spine, like bike boulevards, and some of the communities I mentioned and many others, have been proven to slow traffic speeds down. People become aware. The route will be marked with intermittent share the road stencils on the ground, as well as signs at decision points, at turning points where kids would turn along the route. So we certainly expect the project to have traffic calming effects along the entire route. Also, all crosswalks along the route at every intersection are being refreshed. All stop bars are being refreshed. Stop stencils at the intersections are being refreshed as part of the project. So it's not just the shared lane use arrows and the signs. Any stop signs along the route, as well as intersecting the route that have lost their reflectivity, are being replaced. So there's a lot of things that are occurring along the route to make it safer.
As between the stop sign option and the loss of the parking option, which one would you recommend in your professional expertise?
It's a kind of a loaded question. As I said earlier, I think the stop sign option would provide the highest level of safety. Probably the minimum that I would recommend and be able to sign as a professional engineer on the plans would be the parking removal.
One other question, probably more. How do you, again, getting back to losing the parking spots, I'm just trying to gauge a community which is not here tonight because they didn't know that they could potentially be affected. If we had told them, hey, on your street we're going to remove X parking spots, I suspect 1 or 10 of them would show up. I'm trying to get a feeling for how much of an impact that would be on the parking opportunities on that street.
Yeah, that's something we'd have to consider. Again, that wasn't the option that that was preferred by the committee, but that, if that's an option the council would like to pursue, we could take a look at exactly how far back the curb would have to be striped red. Or, based on Member Goddard's suggestion, what time parking should be restricted. Yeah.
There's a commenter behind you, Joe.
Hello, I'm Joe Carson. I live at 36 Scenic Road, right across from the intersection in question. And I would like to say three things. One is that Arroyo is a small, dark street. It just feels that way. And it's pretty, but in terms of coming out from that street into a very fast road, it does not have near the sense of safety that either Manor or Sequoia has. It just doesn't. Item two, I wanted to just suggest, maybe for the general benefit of everybody in the room, I think it was mentioned that we would maybe only have to limit parking, it would be like 150 days a year, I think, not 365 days a year, just on school days, right? Not on weekends, not during the summer, not on Christmas break. No need to, as was mentioned, kill the ant with the hammer. Put up some signs that say, you can't park here from 7 to 9 on school days. Leave it at that. Everybody knows what a school day is. I mean, Christmas vacation is Christmas vacation. People shouldn't have to give up things for no reason. So that's number two. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is, since we do know that there is a four-way stop sign existing at Manor already, why not route the kids along Manor? And then they would already be going through a four-way stop sign that's been established, and if there are sightline problems, they've probably already been dealt with. That's all. Thank you very much. I love this project.
By the way, that's 180 school days per year. Well, when you're married to a school teacher, believe me, they got it added up. David?
Yeah, I'll offer a couple points here. Kids being kids, and the committee being highly aware of that when we were looking at the routes. And again, I was just one member of a committee, and the rest of the committee are all Fairfax residents who are either bikers or have kids or interstate routes to school. The inbound route to school, Arroyo, as Councilmember Goddard said, it's the most direct. It's what kids will use. We could sign them up Azalea and to Sequoia. Likely would not use that. Also, certainly wouldn't use Manor on the way. It just is so out of direction. So part of the reason that Arroyo was selected, because it is a natural, through route for their route to school. The idea of, again, if you do the restricted parking at certain times, I just need to throw it out there because I think this bike boulevard will be used by more than just school children, so just be aware of that. But if there is restricted parking, other signs should be erected as well. Not yield, because people won't understand who they're yielding to, but slow bike crossing, those types of signs, like you may see on Drake. We could come up with something there. So, like I said, I think there's some options, but I think Arroyo is the best route for a number of reasons.
I would just like to say that I'm hearing three very, very distinct options, and they're all intersections that we should, I can't believe I'm saying this, but further explore. We've been pushing for this thing to get started and go, but I hear the concerns of all of the neighbors, and I think it does warrant, if we could say we're getting this done this month, to really look at some of those things. That's what I feel comfortable with. Believe me, I've considered all of these options like in my sleep. So that's what I'd like to recommend.
So I'm sorry, sir, are you recommending that you take a look at altering the route? Or
I think what we're talking about is maybe having David come up with the three scenarios, which is either stop sign, removing parking, or doing rerouting. Although it sounds to me, I'm not sure I really favor going through rerouting at this point. But I think if we're going to talk about removing parking, we need to notify the adjacent property owners what we're thinking about doing before we make the decision. So could you come up with a report in the next 30 days for us, or some drawings?
Yeah, that won't be any problem. I would just need more direction, because we've talked about 3 options at Scenic and Arroyo, right? 2 with different parking restriction options, one being 24/7, the other during school morning times, and the third option being all-way stop, which was the original proposal. If we're also now looking at an alternative route, for instance, along Sequoia, there's other things we need to look at. Azalea, the connection of Azalea and Sequoia, Sequoia at Scenic, and all the same issues again at that intersection. And they'd be the same scenarios.
So maybe all that we really need from you is whether you can come up with an option to the 3-way stop that you can sign off on.
At Arroyo and Scenic.
At Arroyo and Scenic.
So the only one that wouldn't require a parking situation is rerouting over Manor, because there's already a 4-way stop there. That's circuitous. I know it would be. You'd have to stand there to make the kids go that way. But could I give 2 seconds of background, and that is that generally the flow of traffic there for kids traveling to school turns left off of Park onto Spruce and right onto Sequoia. There's parking only on the right side of the street there, and it's completely jammed. There's no sight line whatsoever, and that's what started this.
It's slightly up the hill.
And they can't start on the hill there. Right. So cars turn left onto Spruce off of Sequoia going really fast in the morning. Kids can't get their start, and it's a dangerous spot. So this is where this all came from. Having said that, yes, looking at more than those 3 options in terms of parking or signage opens more cans of worms. But I do think that the Manor one is the only one that wouldn't require us to deal with parking, being that there's a 4-way stop, and we should somehow look at that.
Well, this in a manner which I haven't gone into too much, again, it does affect, I mean, you have that issue of turning left off of Park, which is slightly uphill, onto Sequoia. And then, as we saw on the field, if bicyclists actually followed a signed route that was circuitous, which I would not expect them to do, but if they did, they would supposedly take a left off the Sequoia onto Tamalpais, and then a right back onto Manor, which is very tricky with the intersections going into that area. That's some of the background. So you may recall some of that. A lot of these routes would be very circuitous and involve more intersection crossings between Park and Scenic than the route that was decided upon.
So my vote is to have you do a report on what we can do at the intersection of Arroyo and Scenic. I mean, if we start opening up the route, I mean, I think it's opening up a big can of worms. And I think really the concern that the neighbors have brought in is the stop sign parking scenario, which is the most equitable way of resolving that traffic conflict. So I'd personally like to see you come back, or if you could give us a report before our next meeting, maybe some drawings.
That'd be no problem, especially if we were looking at those 3 options, or if something else, some other idea came up at that intersection.
Yeah, and then we could notify the adjacent property owners directly, about whether they may lose some parking, and see what we can do to make everybody, if not happy, at least less unhappy about the situation. I mean, my personal feeling is that once the project gets done, I tend to agree with David's analysis that it's going to actually improve or slow traffic flow in that area. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what I think we ought to do.
And there we have it. So we will bring back for Larry and Renee and my recommendation to you, and look forward to what you have to say. I think this should get at what you folks in the back are concerned about and address your issues, and you stayed for 3 hours tonight to hear that. And because you enjoyed it so much, please join us in June for the sequel to this as we try to resolve it. And with that, why don't we take about 5 minutes?
Sure. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, it is 10 o'clock, unfortunately. So at this point, we should review the agenda and see what on this we can get through. We've just heard 16. We have 10 more agenda items. What do people think? Is there anything here that's really hot?
Most of them we can get through very quickly. This one's going to be, obviously.
This one's going to take a little while. Number 17.
But the rest of them are dates and approving.
Could we maybe on item 23, not a big deal, but I'd like to spend a little more time before deciding what kind of committees I'd like to assign myself to.
Well, we could decide.
Anyway, maybe that's one we could wait on.
Do we kick 20 out for a month?
Sure. Would you like me to go through some things that I think are time sensitive and the ones that aren't?
Sure.
Okay. So the reading for the construction debris ordinance, that could wait. That could wait another 30 days, unless you have no discussion, in which case it can go really fast. Grand jury report, that's actually due in May, so you actually have to take action tonight. Administrative purchasing policy, you could push that off again unless you don't have much discussion. We really need to discuss budget process and schedule and the summer schedule because that's pretty important coming up. The open space fund, again, it should be quick, but it's not pressing. And then Measure I is just important in the sense that no one responded back that they wanted to stay on the committee. So we had one person respond back that they were interested. And then obviously the draft EIR comments for Plan Bay Area, that's time sensitive, so
Yes.
we won't comment on that.
And
And summer schedule is kind of tied to the budget process, so it's more of just the meetings, who's available.
And you had mentioned what item, Renee, which one is that?
There is someone here to speak on item 18 about the C&D ordinance and the first reading. So,
And we also have someone here to speak on the open space funds ordinance.
Okay, well,
I think, if I may recommend, I think you just start with 17 and then see how long that takes and then reconsider the others after that. Or you may be able to get through the others rather quickly.
yeah, I'm just, I have a feeling a lot of them will go pretty fast. Just trying to pay attention to the 10 o'clock rule. Is that the feeling of other members here?
Yeah, I think we should just go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Well, number 17 is discussion and consideration of options for the Pastori outfall pipe and bank stabilization project. So, want to start off the staff report on it?
Sure. As you're aware, for the last several years, the town has been considering trying to stabilize and repair the eroded creek bank there in San Selmo Creek near the Pastori Bridge, as well as consideration of existing the storm drain pipe. It's a 24-inch with a 40-inch pipe. In August of last year, the council actually awarded a bid to do the bank stabilization portion of the work only. However, due to concerns related to unexpected costs, tree removal, access to adjacent properties, and some other issues, we actually canceled that project. So kind of given the history of this project and the turnover of staff, we thought it'd be good to let the council provide more direction to staff on how I'd like to proceed given all the different issues that are out there. In essence, a fresh start for the project. Some of the things before I go through the options for you to consider is that some aspects of the project will always be there in all the options, always required, like a water diversion system and a fish relocation program. In the staff report, it did talk about removal of a tree and a mechanically stabilized wall. That may not be required under the options, and I'll touch on that, so maybe I can quickly go through the options. So first of all, we have we're calling it option A, which is rebid the project without pipe replacement, only with bank stabilization component. So in essence, that's what you what you bid out last year. If none of that changed, then yes, it would have environmental clearance. Bid packet would just have to be modified slightly, but we think agency permits would probably still be good. You have a defined cost, and you could probably start that this year. However, the caveat to all this is that we're not sure if the tree needs to be removed, because it's just the contractor you awarded the bid to last time indicated you need to remove the tree in order to do the work. So one option there is we could check around some contractors to determine whether or not that is the case. If the tree can stay in place, then you could bid out the project as is, you have all your clearances, and you have a possibility of getting that work complete this year. Because removal of the tree is the thing that requires that mechanically stabilized wall, which is a MSE wall. That's what triggers that. However, if the tree has to be removed, then actually this option changes because you'll have to do environmental clearance for the project. That'll take 90 to 120 days. There's no way you'll be able to complete this project this year. And then you have the advantages and disadvantages, but I think I'll just touch on what kind of describe each option. So that's option A. Option B is you bid out the project with the original pipe replacement, which is replacing the 24-inch with a 40-inch storm drain and a bank stabilization component. That has environmental clearance. It has the outside agency permits. The problem there again is if we have to remove the tree to do the work and put that wall in, then you need new environmental clearance. That's 90, 120 days. There's no way you get that project done this year, as well as you still have the other issues, as in the property owner would have to agree to let us enlarge that pipe, or you have that issue, as well as kind of the other existing issues. And then you move on to C, which is bid the project with a pipe realignment. We took a look at realigning the pipe so it would not have to go through the wing wall of the bridge. And again, it has a bank stabilization component. That does address lots of issues. However, it does take environmental clearance. You have to get all your permits approved by the agencies, which I should say applies to the other options. If you have to remove the tree and put this earth wall in, that all applies. It is the most expensive option, probably $350,000 to $400,000. The least costly option I forgot to mention was rebidding the project without a pipe replacement. That's about $250,000. If you do pipe replacement, that could be $250,000, $275,000. Alternate plans, $350,000 to $400,000. And those are all factors taken into account. And the last option originally put in there was put the project on hold for more community input and explore temporary bank stabilization. My understanding from the engineers who are here, CSW, who are here to also answer your questions, is that temporary improvements aren't going to be permitted, most likely, by the agencies. It doesn't reach that standard that they'd be looking for. So really, I think that's something that's off the table. It'd probably be costly. You got to go through the same environmental clearance. You have to go through the same permitting process. It's not something you could pursue. So really, your options, that's not an option anymore in temporary improvements. It really, you're down to either you choose to do the project with stabilizing the bank and just stabilizing the bank, or you choose to do the project with a pipe, either alternate route or going through the existing wing wall. Each has its own problems and issues, but really at this point it's just providing direction so we know what we should be doing. Bank stabilization I think is important. I think that's something that we should probably, town should consider doing anyway. And with that, though, what we would do is we'd start all the environmental clearance if it turns out we can't do the work without removing the tree and putting in the earthen wall. If that's the case, if that isn't the case, then actually we could start a lot sooner. So that's kind of where we're at.
Which tree are we talking about?
It's that maple tree.
And whose property is that on?
That's down the creek. It's ours, town property. It's in the right of way.
It's in our right of way?
Town right of way.
Okay. Okay, so if that has to get removed, that creates engineering problems for us as far as stabilizing that
Right,
bank,
it creates all sorts of, we have to amend existing permits, get environmental clearance and so on. That just takes a lot of time and delays the project.
Yeah, thanks.
So I have a question, being new to this project. A couple of things that kind of, I wasn't clear why you would do bank stabilization only when it doesn't deal with the flooding issues for the adjacent neighborhood. I thought the intention of this was really to address potential flooding, so I'm not clear why, and I wasn't on the council obviously when this was approved, but I just would like to know a little bit more why that serves a beneficial purpose that I didn't see in the advantages, really.
Well, it's true if you just did the bank stabilization by itself, it wouldn't benefit that neighborhood. However, it would stabilize the bank, which really needs to be done at some point. And so what it does is it avoids going through the process of trying to get either through the wing wall or do an alternate design and working with the adjacent property owner on that. At this point, property owners haven't necessarily agreed to the alternate design, and it's clear they haven't agreed to going through the bridge, so you're just set on a certain process. If the public policy goal is that really, if we're going to do this work, we might as well then put in the expanded storm drain all at the same time, then that takes us down a different path, and that could include, you know, having to get agreement from the property owners or taking other actions to try to get their approval.
Okay, so option B, which deals with the replacing the pipe, that would deal with addressing flooding in the adjacent neighborhood. And what kind of jumped out at me is that option A and B have very similar price tags. And with option B, you have the added benefit of dealing with the potential flooding along with the bank stabilization. Is that correct, or did I not read it correctly?
No, that's correct, although I will say staff time and any legal costs we may incur is not included in the estimates.
And then one more question, and then I'll stop. So it sounds to me like a real critical question is finding out if the tree needs to be removed, and then, at least in my mind, we could make a more informed decision, because the advantages and disadvantages as far as meeting a time frame clearly were, if the tree needs to be removed, that changes your layout completely, and so what would it take to find out if that tree needs to be removed? What agencies do you need to talk to do that?
Actually, we just need to talk to some contractors to get their professional opinion of whether or not something like that be removed. I guess in the bid, we could put in a requirement that they can't remove the tree when they do the work. And so we're basing the removal of the tree based on the contractor who was awarded the bid before it was canceled, that he had to remove the tree in order to complete the work.
Is there a possibility of just checking in with a contracted town engineer to see the feasibility, so that, I mean, I personally feel that without that information, we would be going forward, making a decision without really having the full information. So it seems like to me if we could get that information quickly, then we could direct you guys a lot better. In my opinion, that would be what I would need.
I know our building official, Mark Lockaby, believes the tree does not have to be removed in order to perform the work. The problem opinion, you could put it in the bid document. Once they get out there in the field with all their equipment and they're moving it around and doing something, if the case comes up they have to take out the tree, then we can't do it. It's just one of those things that's in the field when you're taking a look at it.
But when you say environmental clearance, I believe you're talking about doing a CEQA document. So if you let the bid with where we are currently with the option of removing the tree, I thought you said that if the tree does need to be removed, we have to do new environmental documents. So I'm mixed up, perhaps because I'm new, but it seems to me that either way, we need to find out if that tree needs to be removed, because if we start going out in the field and we find out, oops, we stop the project again, and we start all over with a new CEQA document and a new decision, correct? A new discretionary decision. That's my thoughts, but I think Jim wanted to say something. He was looking at me. No? Okay, thank you.
What strikes me about this cockamamie project that's been going on since all but one of us, which began before Larry started as a council member, is this was a flood control project. And that neighborhood, the Bell Avenue neighborhood, has taken it on the chin on flooding all these many years. So when I look at this project, we certainly have now come to understand that bank stabilization is important on one of the properties, but it began and certainly must remain a flood control problem. After all, how will so much of San Anselmo's water be properly channeled if we don't spend $750,000 or whatever it's going to cost to do that? So I'm listening very carefully to what you're saying here, and I agree. But I guess my focus as we continue down the path of this conversation is going to be that flooding issue, which was the intent of this thing all those many years ago.
Could I just weigh in? I mean, it seems to me it's coming down to money. Do we have any money budgeted in our capital improvement budget for this? And if so, how much is it?
There is some money budgeted, but it's not at this level listed in the report.
Okay, what are we talking about, though? Can you enlighten us?
The budget for the current year anticipated a refund from FEMA. So regardless of how much we have, the reimbursement that we're going to have on it is in doubt.
We don't think we're going to get reimbursed by FEMA.
Yeah,
so that's 50,000 less.
So if it was 60,000 and we were going to get, I don't have my current year budget in front of me, but it seemed to me that the reimbursement from FEMA was going to be $40,000 or $50,000, and that's that much less that you would have available to spend, or you'll have to backfill with general fund money in order to do it.
Right. So, and then my other question, really to David, is since it is a flood mitigation program or project, can Flood Zone 9 or Flood District 9 come in with some money?
I was thinking about this in anticipation of this, and I'm going to give a tentative no. I thought there was an interesting article in the IJ on Monday which addressed the fact that the flood fee money is completely allocated. Of course, I sit on an advisory board. The supervisors themselves would be the folks that we would approach on this. And maybe there is wiggle room in that large mega million-dollar pool that is getting addressed. But one of the things that I think was accurately set forth in Nels Johnson's article. Nels's article was about how much the detention basins cost and how the pool of some $40 million is going to be cut up to pay for that. And even right there may be some bit of a shortfall. Of course, the newspapers are one avenue for good information, but we can certainly approach the supervisors and see if there is, or staff, and see if there's money there. But I got to tell you, to be candid today, I would not hold that out as a hopeful pool.
Okay, and I anticipated this also, and so I instructed our town manager to have a conversation with Jack Curley about seeing that, and also attending a Flood 9 meeting where, our FEMA money, which at that point was not yet canceled, was potentially threatening FEMA money in other parts of the district. And I believe that the answer was don't expect any money for this. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think their answer, just to add what Councilmember Weinsoff said, is they weren't interested in actually contributing funds, but they were open to possible idea of providing us a loan, but they haven't gotten back to me on that concept yet.
There's a May 13th meeting. I'm sure we can get this agendized, but again, I think at the staff level or the supervisor level, we could probably get our answer without going through that exercise.
What about Measure K? I mean, is this outside? I mean, that...
I think
Is there any money, isn't there some money in Measure K? For
Measure K is road money.
I thought there was some storm drain improvement.
I'd have to look at that.
I think you're
But
correct.
the 193,000 that we got, the Measure K money proceeds were spent up to the point at which we refinanced the 2006 bond with these 2012 bonds. We
Right.
got 193,000 and we used that on Sir Francis Drake to do resurfacing.
Okay.
So there is no further funds in that account for capital improvements.
Okay, okay.
I think for staff's perspective, the council is, made a decision how to proceed. We would come back to you with a financing plan, at least how we think it could work.
I have one more question. Since you mentioned that the contract was awarded with the idea of removing the tree, correct?
No, actually, it wasn't in the bid, but the contractor indicated in the field that he would have to remove the tree in order to get his crane in to do the work.
Okay, and so the 250 or 250 to 275,000, does the cost change, your estimate of cost change based on whether or not the tree needs to be removed? Forgetting about the delays and all that, it seems to me that this is probably a big ticket item.
Well, interesting enough, the original bid back in August, whenever they submitted the bids, was about $90,000 to do the work, but that didn't envision removing the tree or putting in the earthen bank or having to get any more environmental clearance or anything of that type of need. But there were costs that we already put into it, but the bid itself was that. Now, that doesn't include the cost to relocate the fish, or I guess that's the correct term, relocate the fish or the...
Yeah. Now, one of the things that's driving this tree removal is the need for a crane to drop equipment down into the creek because there isn't other access besides getting equipment down into the creek that way. And I think that was driven by the unavailability of, getting permission to get other access to the creek. Is that really what's driving this?
Or at least for a technical answer, if you want to, then I would ask the engineer to answer that, how they would do the work. If that's your question, I could ask the engineer to come up.
Sorry? Yeah. Do we have the engineer here? Yeah, okay. Could you come forward and use the microphone, please? Yeah, while you're walking up, I believe I'm asking for clarification that the removal for the tree was to be able to get a crane positioned correctly to drop, bobcats and things like that into the creek. Is that?
I'm assuming that that's what the contractor stated, is he couldn't do it without taking out the tree.
Mm-hmm.
To get equipment down into the material, equipment and materials into the creek
And
bed.
if there was another way to get equipment down into the creek, would that then save the tree, in your opinion?
If you can get it in somewhere else away from that tree, I guess, just sort of by default, it would save the tree.
Yeah. I mean, adjacent to it, I mean, there's a little space between the tree and Wendy Arrear's house, for instance, that's 15 feet wide or something like that. It's a pretty steep angle, but
that would be.
Have you looked at that?
That'd be tough.
I'm sorry?
That'd be tough doing it there.
That'd be
Yeah, because you need a relatively flat surface to drop that down in there. That'd be difficult coming off of that area right there. And that tree's, it's kind of, the way it sort of fans out, it kind of takes that area out. I don't know if you've been out there, but it kind of takes that area out too, so.
Crane is out.
That would be difficult.
Yeah, I was
also.
sort of thinking.
If, and again, we've got to base all this, we've got one contractor's statement saying he couldn't do it. Garrett mentioned that we could get some other opinions from other contractors, so
that might be wise.
This is all based on the fact that one contractor said he couldn't get his stuff down there without taking out the entire tree. You know, we speculated that maybe some branches would have to be cut to get it down there. He's saying he had to take the whole thing out. I don't, you know, we're going on one contractor, so I'm not sure that that's necessarily the gospel.
Yeah, and I saw that our building official was,
Yeah, originally when the contractor came out, first of all, it was clear in the bid documents that the tree could not be removed. And they bid this job knowing that the tree could not be removed. The first thing they said to me when they showed up on the job was, we need to move the tree, remove the tree. And I said, no, you can't remove the tree. It's in the bid documents that you can't remove it. So I would recommend that we go back to the other bidders that bid on the job and say, how are you going to do this job? Since it was clear that the tree could not be removed, and see if they came up with the same opinion that they would have to remove the tree, or they might be able to do it a different way. To me, when I looked at it, it looked like there was plenty of clearance between the branch and the base down below to get a crane boom up and lower equipment down in there. But that's just my opinion from, you know, doing that for 20 years in my former life.
And we're not asking for any large, they don't have to drop anything extremely large down in there. You know, I think we actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but a Bobcat, you know, small, which is, you know, twice as big as this table, if that, is the only piece of machinery they can get down in. That's all we're allowing them to get down in there. And then materials, so, you know, anyway, I think.
It seems to me that Mark just mentioned that you could go back to other bidders and really get an analysis of whether or not, you know, it seems like we really, I guess I'm saying this again, but I feel like knowing whether or not that tree is an issue really changes any direction I would be able to give. And it also sounds to me like there really are other options, which, or at least there may have been other options. And Mark, I think 20 years experience is probably pretty darn good. So I value your opinion on so many things. I think that I would feel more comfortable if we could get that done maybe this next few weeks and bring that back. But that would be my recommendation.
I'd like, Georgia, did you want to say something, or?
It was minor. Just had to do with what other things would need to be lowered down. There's some pretty large boulders, and then there's also the root wad, the tree trunk with the root wad on it that has to be placed within there. So it was a minor thing.
but if you could get a Bobcat in there with a arrangement, a crane
You
arrangement.
have to drop everything down. The Bobcat would be for trenching and doing other things down in the creek bed, but the crane is lowering other materials that for the bank stabilization.
But if the crane's there for the Bobcat, the crane can be there for the boulders.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. It just needs room.
Needs some room over it. There's an electrical line there too?
It's on the side.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but that, we could probably do a temporary running it somewhere. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Could you use the microphone? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, you could move it, it's just, you know, it's additional cost. I'm just trying to remember where it's at, and I don't think you would have, I mean, if they could get it through whatever slot they could create by cutting a branch or something, I don't think you'd have to move any high power lines. You know, and what Mark suggested, I'm sure these other contractors would love to come out and, you know, if they thought they had another shot at this job, they would be more than willing to come out and take a look at this stuff. So.
Yeah, and that doesn't cost anything, so.
No, they do it for free.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's not quite open to the public
Oh, I'm
yet.
sorry.
So,
Could I ask a question, Mayor?
yes, certainly.
To the engineer. As far as your recommendation or your opinion as to whether the original plan of going through the wing wall versus circumventing the wing wall, have you looked at the original plan with just widening the opening in the wall and just shooting the pipe through it? Have you had experience doing those type of projects?
Yeah, I've worked on a lot of old bridges. I've done a lot of the Caltrans local agency retrofit program projects in my career, and I've worked on a lot of old bridges. I've got a pretty strong feeling of how that bridge is put together. We've punched things through wing walls. You know, there's each one of the scenarios that were presented have different, you know, pros and cons. Some that are laid out there. You know, just if I can just go through each one of those a little bit more. I mean, if you just leave it as it is, the pipe that goes through the wall as it is, the smaller pipe. You have picked up some, you know, you were talking about this as a flood project. You haven't lost everything that you got from bringing that 48-inch pipe up to within, you know, me to you of the concrete wall. What you picked up in there is you've picked up the tension area inside. That pipe will now store a bunch of water back in there for some period of time. When the design level, you know, rain 100-year hits, then you're probably going to start getting back up into the neighborhoods again. That you know, 24-inch pipe coming out of that wing wall is not going to be able to handle it. So you haven't lost everything that you've all from the money you put into this thing completely. You know, there's some current concerns from the property owner about going through the wing wall, and you know, if that may or may not come up later. And then as a third scenario, you know, we started looking at trying to go through Wendy's property, go around. That's the other scenario with the 48-inch pipe down into a lower area. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, I've looked at it.
Okay, and do you think that the plan meets engineering standards?
Yes.
And is a safe
Yeah,
plan?
I wouldn't have suggested it or recommended it if I didn't think it did.
Have you been involved in projects where those type of enlargements have failed?
I have not personally been involved in a project where they've failed. I mean, in an engineering sense, this is not a difficult project. You know, it's not a real tricky project. This is pretty, you know, standard nuts and bolts stuff. You know, that bridge can be strengthened to account for the penetration through the wall. There's already one there, and it can be strengthened to, you know, deal with the enlarged opening in there. But I haven't dealt with any, and I'm not aware of any. I'm sure somewhere in the world they've had some issues with doing that someplace, but I'm not aware of anywhere it was an issue. But I have been involved in projects where we've had to put all kinds of things through wing walls, existing wing walls, for different reasons.
Okay.
I'm actually involved in a couple projects right now where we're doing that.
It's a fairly common process.
I don't know about common, but it's done. It's not unknown by any means.
Well, I'm just trying to see, you know, because that's really what stymied this project for 7 years.
Right.
Is the concern of the bridge owner about enlarging that hole. And it's just really frustrating to sit up here and see the amount of money that we've gone through because of, I don't know if there's a real foundation for these type of fears.
I'll just, if I can, I don't mean to interrupt you, if I can go on here a little bit. It's, you know, one of the issues here is that much of this type of design calls upon judgment, engineering judgment, experience, engineering judgment and experience. that, you know, that this is going to be okay, and you can probably find another engineer out there that says that this may not be the best thing in the world to do. I mean, that can be done with virtually any project that gets built out there. And that's not to say that they're necessarily wrong, but there is a level of, you know, where the actual, you know, the numbers start. For example, we would have to make some assumptions on how that bridge is put together. You know, we have no plans on it. I feel very strongly about my ideas and my beliefs on how that bridge is put together based on my experience. But again, you know, that's based on my experiences, my engineering judgment, you know, the work that I've done in my past. And, you know, I can't prove that that's what's out there 100%. But that's the case for almost any engineering job, really, that there is a level of judgments in there, you know, engineering judgment that is made in there someplace. And, you know, that's one of the issues with this project too, that has come about. So, you know, it's a difficulty.
You were raising an essential point here, because if we can go through the wing wall, the cost savings merely go from how are we going to pay this to, oh my God, we'll never be able to afford it. There's a striking difference here between B and C, and it all is because of the non-wing wall approach. And that's what I sort of hear Councilmember Bragman talking about. If we can have that sense of confidence going forward, the B option gives us the flooding control that we originally started out with, and the cost savings of going through the wing wall.
Right. True. And if I can just go on a little bit here further, you made a statement earlier about this being a flood wall project. What you kind of need to look at this is two projects that sort of came together. You've got a flood wall project coming up past Story, and simultaneously you've got an issue on the downstream side of that bridge that doesn't know anything about this flood wall project. It's doing its own thing down there all by itself. We've got some other issues with bank erosion going on and whatnot down there that need to be addressed, and these things have now converged. So there's several things here right here that, you know, something that was just this is now turned into several things. Your point is well taken. I mean, going with I forget which plan it is, A, B, or C, the one where we're passing around the flood wall through Wendy's property is a much more expensive project. Yes, without a doubt.
Our job is to provide for public safety and protection of infrastructure and improvement of infrastructure while attending scrupulously to the people's hard-earned tax dollars. So you, in a sense, made a game-changer statement a little while ago that I suspect is ringing in the ears of this council, which is if we can do the two things we wish, bank stabilization, flood control, cheapest cost on paper today, that's pretty attractive to us.
I made that statement, and sure it is attractive to you. It's you know, it's a less expensive solution, but it has its own issues. So
Yeah, I mean, I think this issue.
I'm sorry. Is it Barbara? The tree is an issue, but I don't think it's the primary issue here. It's something that we've got to deal with, but I don't think the tree is something that needs to be discussed, but I don't think that's really the crux to this conversation, or should be. You know, and there's a lot going on, and you're at a disadvantage that you're coming into this thing cold, and this is how old? 7 years? You know, whatever. There's a lot of history behind this thing, and a lot of things have happened, and that's the other issue is that's a dynamic situation out there. It's changing just by the forces of nature. So, you know, it's different every year than it was. It's different this year than it was last year. so.
I think the only issue with the tree for me, apart from potential costs, is that it changes the time frame completely because of having to go out with a new CEQA document. So it changes our decision-making on that. But I think you've raised some really good points that are really helpful.
I think it's nice because it's one of the issues that we may be able to get some, maybe fairly firm resolution on, but it's not by any means the only or even the largest issue.
So if we had contractors to come out to look at this project again from the perspective of the tree, but also deciding, giving us more guidance on potentially whether we could go with the cheaper option for the pipe, do you think that's something that the contractors could give you any clue on that?
They're not going to want to comment on that. No,
Okay.
Their answer to that'll be that's the engineers and the town's decisions. We're just we'll build what you tell us to do, but we're not going to make a decision one way or another, or give you a call one way or another whether this is better than that. They'll just tell you, we can get our equipment down there without cutting this tree, or we can cut part of it out, but that's about as much as you'll get out of them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Construction time, is the direct route a shorter project than the route going through the O'Rear property? It's a shorter construction window? Can you give us an estimate?
Do you recall what the schedule was on the, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Well, the bid,
What was the bid
that didn't
schedule?
include the pipe in the wing wall, but I'm assuming they could do it during the same time, was 60 days.
It was okay, so at the most, that's going to add, that would probably add 3 weeks to the project, to that 60 days. So maybe 90 outside.
And when it comes to actually, if we got to a point where there was some agreement about how to proceed, or if we could proceed with the wing wall, do we have structure? Would you be there supervising?
I wouldn't be supervising, I would be there.
Observing?
Managing? We do construction management. I mean, that's part of we offer those scope of services, yes. Not on a full-time basis. We don't do that, but I would be out there. I mean, some of this stuff is pretty cut and dry, putting in the pipe. I think if you did do the project that way, probably the only time that I would really need to be out there a bunch is, if we did start doing work on the wing wall.
Right.
I would have to watch that very carefully, yes.
That is precisely
That's
what
what you're
I'm trying
talking
to
about,
focus
yes.
on.
I mean, putting the pipe in the street and hooking it up, that's all just
Right.
bread and butter.
But when it comes to that intersection,
Right.
you would be there.
Right.
So we're talking about this season, with the permits that we have, we can, if we took this approach.
What did we get permitted? Is it with the, it's with the 1224 still there, correct?
The original application, the JARPA that went to the agencies and the plans that went to them had the 48-inch pipe. And then later down the line, there were concerns that were brought up by the bridge owner, and so things were changed. I notified the agencies and said the town has decided to move forward with the project, but leave that final segment, the 24-inch. And so that the bid documents were all for that. We pulled out all the structural documents that dealt with the pipe in the street and going out through the wing wall. So, but the support documents that went for the permitting also had all the information for the 48-inch pipe.
So that would have to be reapplied to different agencies?
I don't think so. or
That-
may
that's the
go
essence of my
back to
question
just
is-
telling the agencies, it would be a minor I would think at this point, it would be pretty minor to just
Because that
go
was the
back to
original
them.
plan, is just to continue that
It's-
48-inch pipe all the way up
That's
through the
what
wing
the
wall.
original plan was, and.
And it just got stopped when that lawsuit happened.
Right, so yeah, I would think that we wouldn't, you would just, if any type of amendment of permitting were needed, it would be minor, it should go pretty quickly.
Mhm.
It's not like submitting a complete new application.
So in your opinion, would that make the construction of this project possible this season?
It would be tight. We'd have to get started really quickly because you have to allow about a month for the whole bid process. And so if August, September, October, so you would have to start in July, right? July 15th, which means you'd have to start the bidding process by June 15th, is it? Yeah. I'm going back. Yeah, August 15th, July, September, October 15th. Right, so you'd have to start the bidding process by June 15th, which means,
Could you get the agencies to sign off that quickly? Going back to the 48?
might be able to do that. There was some concern by NOAA Fisheries or National Marine Fisheries Service when the pipe size was changed. There was a little bit of concern because everything was designed for that, and just the force, the velocities of the pipe would be less if you have a larger pipe, and so they like that. So
Sure.
at this point, I don't see.
I could only think they'd be relieved because it's the difference between putting your thumb on the end of a hose and not.
Right, right. But this is a very, very busy time for the agencies, so it would
Yeah, so
we'd
that's
have
a
to
wild
move
card.
quickly
Yeah.
and double check and see what would need to be done.
Mhm. Yes.
Just keep in mind that you still have the option of doing what's permitted now, which is the work down in the creek and whatnot. You know, granted, we've got to get this tree thing settled,
Mhm.
and coming back and doing something with the pipe later on. You know, they're in some ways sort of separate pieces to the overall project. So that's still an option. I just.
Yeah, though it does increase the
I
price
hate to see you lose all this agency work that
Oh,
you've
yeah.
gotten done. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of water under the bridge, pardon the.
Yeah, and it's not
I mean,
just their fees.
The
and payments
hundreds of
time that-
thousands of dollars that have been wasted on this project just makes me
Right.
sick.
Yep.
But you're raising a very interesting point about bifurcating the project, because I think that you said something before that obviously escaped me, which is the laying of the 48-inch pipe changed the flooding dynamic potentially in that neighborhood. So the question I've been thinking about since then is, really, has it changed? And if so, is the need for the rest of the 48-inch pipe necessary? Does it relieve pressure on the wing wall, for instance, as John says, you know, the hose and the thumb thing? But is it necessary? We had horrible rain, or beneficial rains, but they were rather concentrated in December, and I noticed that the flooding in that neighborhood was much reduced than it had been in years past for various reasons, pumping and other things. And so my first thought is maybe the relief of time gives us a better analysis of the need there on that. The second is, I do think, since we're shopping for funds, our good friends in San Anselmo who are creating some part of this issue should be approached to help contribute to part of the solution of a problem that they are, in my opinion, partially responsible for.
And I'm intrigued by this concept of going forward with X, but perhaps holding fire on Y. Take it away.
Okay, first, the 48-inch pipe doesn't relieve any kind of pressure on the wing wall. I mean, we're not, putting the 48-inch pipe in there, we're not trying to take any forces off of the wing wall. That's just strictly volume of water. I guess what I can do is I can equate that to the gentleman who was up here earlier talking about his FEMA, why is it 2 feet out here and whatnot. Those are based on, and just like when I do an earthquake design, I'm basing it on the big one. I mean, the big one that comes in here, 100-year storms. He's never seen that. Even in '82, he said, believable, because, that was big, but it wasn't still the design level rainstorm that we have to, we've got to design these things for a worst case. And, to be perfectly honest, and that's how we design. That's how we need to design things. That you may be able to get away with that 24-inch pipe out there for some length of time. I can't tell you when, it could be this year or next year the design level, rain hits, but it may not be an issue for quite some time. It may be any time. We haven't seen that. We had a lot of rain, but that was really close to, in some points last fall. I mean, it was coming down cats and dogs, but that's not anywhere near a design level rainstorm. So, it's all probability based. I mean, I can't answer your question. I can just tell you that that's why we design those things the way we do. To finish the design that we started, laying that 48-inch pipe, to finish it to completion for this design level flood that, it's theoretically possible out there, that pipe has to finish out to the stream someplace. You may be able to get away with this 24-inch pipe. And we did have to prove to the agencies that, using the fire hose analogy, it is going to come out of there and shoot a lot further. And we had to show them that all that riprap we're putting down there, it was sufficient. We had to calculate the velocity of the water and the fall and everything. It's still going to be dropping on that new riprap, so it's not going to be washing out, a big, which it's been doing up to this point. There's a big hole that it's washed out there, and that would be alleviated. That issue would be alleviated.
By the new riprap.
So, if I can just give you my opinion, I think that your biggest issue right now is that stuff over the top of the bank rather than that pipe, because there's things going on down there that need to be taken care of. I think that's a bigger problem for you, a bigger issue for you, and the pipe is what it is. I mean, nothing's getting worse. When it's going to happen is when we get to that big rainstorm, but there's no degradation of anything happening up there. But on the other side of that wall, down in that stream, there is.
Yeah.
And I think that would be, your focus at this time. That would be my recommendation to you, just having been around this thing as long as I have and seeing what's going on. That's where I would concentrate my efforts and money.
On that stream bank.
And you've got a permit to do that.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, Georgia.
Something that came to mind, if you wanted to just do some research on maybe probabilities of 100-year storm events occurring and the increased probability of them occurring because of climate change. There's a tremendous amount of information out there now about how our weather is going to change and the type of storms we're going to have. So if you're curious about that, I thought I would just mention that. Maybe you could check.
I believe the modeling that's been going on for Flood Zone 9 with our tax dollars in the hundreds of thousands of dollars really has given us quite an interesting understanding of how our creeks are functioning and what they can hold. But what you're sort of bringing up is the difficulty of predictiveness and
Exactly.
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah.
Okay.
We're all guessing at that point. So I guess I'd like to.
Just one other question.
Oh.
If we did bifurcate the project, do either of you have any idea what the cost would be if we did need to enlarge the pipe at some point in the future? Or, I mean, are we talking about doubling?
As a separate project?
As a separate project?
I can guess, I mean,
An educated guess?
you do lose the economy of, you know, the contractor, you're gonna have to mobilize twice, go
Right.
through the entire bid process twice. You wouldn't have to permit, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you'd have to permit doing that later, would you?
I can't imagine.
My concern would be whether that is considered below top of bank. And if it is, then it requires permitting. And plus you're changing, if you're changing hydrology in any
Right.
way, it requires permitting. So the other thing would be what kind of equipment or if you can't do any work in a creek if there's any kind of water, even standing water. So if you had to go through the expense of having to go through the water diversion system, just the fish relocation, as you know, is tens of thousands of dollars. So, you know, you might be able to say this project is in 2 phases, but something like that is kind of a big ticket item along with what Greg's talking about.
Just for the pipe work in the Wayne Wall, you're probably looking at something in the order of 70 to 80,000 bucks or something to do that. You know, because you're gonna have to remow, but then again, you've got the fish relocation and all that again, so.
So it might push it up in the 130, 140.
I think you'd be looking at you're going to be looking at a really costly project. I haven't done these kind of projects, but I've done plenty of cleanups of sites in creeks. And every time you get into the creeks, there's a lot of permitting. I'm sure you're going to have to get permits. You're going to have to do new CEQA documents. I mean, to me, I think I can't estimate the cost, but the pure engineering work, you could probably minimize that, but all the work, putting everything together, I think it's going to be a pretty costly project. So I think we should hear public comments, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd open up public, if there's no other questions from council right now. Okay. Hit the button again.
Hi, Wendy O'Rear, 45 Pastori Avenue. A few things I want to say. I know it's late, and I'll try to move quickly. There's some new members on the council, and I wanted to just let you know that the pipe actually broke in the flood in 05-06. And at that time, it used to extend down into the creek. It broke off. At that time, it started eroding the creek bank. So it's been eroding the creek bank for 7 years. I do agree with Greg that somehow 2 issues have kind of gotten combined. There's flood damage to the creek bank that's been going on for 7 years because of the broken pipe. The the pipe going down Pastori Avenue was enlarged, I believe it was in 06, but they weren't able to enlarge the outfall for, several reasons. There was FEMA money available to address the bank erosion and the pipe breaking, but the town hasn't been able to do the project. The bank is being undermined and it's in imminent risk of collapse, and I think Greg would probably back me up here, but there's a hole under the bank and there's a concrete wall sitting on top of it and a lot of tree roots. And there's basically a cavern that's been created and it's moving closer and closer to my home. Let me just take a breath. Last summer it was 5 feet deep by 6 feet wide and 1 to 2 feet high. I just went out and measured it this past weekend. It's now 7 feet deep. It's basically a little cave with a lot of heavy stuff hanging on top of it. It's getting closer and closer to my house. The hole, it's some number of feet from the corner of my living room. It's definitely very close to my property line, if not already on my property line. And last year was a light rain winter. So the project last year was in contract. We had been told it was going through, and then it was pulled at the last minute. So then At that time, I engaged an attorney because I didn't know what else to do. Then they tried to do some emergency stabilization before the winter to protect my home. And I have an email from Judy. I actually have the temporary plans. I'm not sure why temporary stabilization isn't an option anymore, but Judy said they were trying to get the approval. The agencies wouldn't approve it in time. They really tried. She said the plan to implement the approved bank stabilization project will go forward in the spring or summer of 2013. So, you know, my attorney and I were counting on these commitments that have been made. So what I am saying is needed is just protect my home. Just do something to protect my home. Make it so that I don't have to stress like this. Can't tell you how stressful it is. It's my heart and soul in addition to a financial investment. And I feel like I've been patient, and I've been trying to avoid having this turn into an expensive legal matter. But if nothing's going to happen this year, and not even anything temporarily, then I really have to sit down with him and reevaluate these legal options. That's not where I want to go, but I may not have a choice. And I'm also looking at my title boundaries, because my title is based on a 1913 map, and this right-of-way was not disclosed to me, so that's just another avenue I'm going toward. As far as the pipe enlargement, I don't have any issue with enlarging the pipe, whether it's done or not. I was, trying to cooperate, trying to help, thinking maybe it can go through my yard, but I saw the plan, and honestly, it puts a big manhole in my driveway and a big 4-foot pipe going within 7 feet of my home. So it's all the way on my property. It didn't look much like it's in the right-of-way. So, that's a pretty big deal for me in terms of property value, risk to my foundation. I know it's been said it won't hurt my foundation, but, what if it does? Then, I've got that liability that I have to deal with, and it's expensive. To try to even address legally, it's a lot to take on for me. Really, my attorney and I are just asking for you to do something, and I just need something done just to protect my home. Thank you.
Frank Ager, 13 Meadoway. I'm just going to give you a little bit of history, and I can just take you up to 2005. What you need to have is the staff report that was issued by Bill Whitney when he was the Director of Public Works. He was also an engineer, worked for the town. And for years, we were trying to alleviate the flooding that was occurring in the Drake, Kent, Coolidge, those neighborhoods. The pipe that came down past Story was a 24. It drained Willow, it drained Hawthorne Canyon in San Anselmo, and that portion of Drake that brought it down to past Story and then out by the bridge. We finally put funds together, and if you need to have that report in your next packet when you're dealing with this again. Look at Bill Whitney's report and I think it's like 2003, but that's just my memory. I may or may not be right on that. So we wanted to alleviate the flooding in that neighborhood, and we bid a project to put the 48-inch pipe in from Drake on out through past Story to the creek. I believe the low bid was like $189,000. It was Major Gelati. They brought in the piping, they brought in the equipment, and they started the project. And then the owners of the Marin Town and Country Club stopped the project, and they threatened a lawsuit. And they said you had no authority to enlarge that wing wall. And I should say enlarge the wing wall, enlarge the drain that was going to come out into the creek there. We were going to put that 48 all the way out. There was going to be a dissipator on the end of that 48 to prevent damage from the water shooting out from that pipe. Up until 2005, the town wasn't considering stabilizing creek banks along the bridge, et cetera. The only things we did that I can remember over the years is we did some armoring around the outfall there, and we put the fish ladder in. I'm thinking the fish ladder went in the late 80s. But other than that, the town really didn't mess around in the creek down there. The town didn't accept the responsibility. It wasn't the town's responsibility to armor properties or stabilize properties along the creek. But when there was some erosion from the outfall. There was just some armoring that was taking place. The previous speaker said that the big flood of 05, 06 knocked off a chunk of that of the outfall, and then it just straight shot down and created a problem there. The whole project was going to be done for $189,000, and so when I see, and we did most of the project, but I think the staff report will come up with how much of that 48 inches put in, how much needs is yet to be done. The town paid the contractor, Major July, to come back, pick up the equipment, pick up the materials, pick up the pipe, and take it because we couldn't finish the project. So, if the neighbors are concerned, about why the flooding has been alleviated, one of the problems was the threatened lawsuit by an adjacent landowner that backed the town off, and the town basically said, well, okay, I guess we can't fix the flood issue. When I look at those numbers, 250,000, 275,000, 400, 350 to 400,000, it's crazy. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're spending that money on. If in fact you can continue that 48-inch out, that last stretch, bring it through the wing wall, put a dissipator on it, do some armoring. It seems to be a lot less expensive than the kind of money you're talking about there. Maybe what you do is you walk away from it. Walk away from it. Try to help the one owner who has some erosion problems with the pipes coming out. Maybe you could do some more armoring in there, and maybe you could put a small 24-inch extension out so it won't erode straight down. But I think you've got to look at previous staff reports, and I guess maybe between 2005 and 2013, the past 8 years, the council may have talked about stabilizing the creek, et cetera. But we were talking about that up until 2005.
Michael McIntosh. First thing I wanted to say that Mark actually gave good reference to, I met with each of the contractors and engineers that came down there to bid. I do hope the town council listens very closely to what Greg presented, because he was very correct. He gave you a very well-balanced presentation of the pros and cons. The only expense that wasn't included, which was properly provided to you by Garrett, was the cost of litigation on A, B, or C. If you'd like to leave the tree in place, all you need is a different type of crane. The crane that was presented was a boom-type crane that would come with an extension of an arm that required height. If you use a more expensive crane, which is heavier weighted, you can then make an extended arm that can carry the capacity needed for the large boulders. The largest piece of equipment, they looked at every which way, because I offered that they could bring it from the side of my bridge, and they said they can't go driving it, I guess, over the fish ladder or through the stream beds. They said that is the only approach. In meeting with Wildcat, I think was the name of the last contractor, they very clearly said, hey, all we need to do is trim this one branch. And I believe Wendy was there with me, and we said, fine, clear the one branch, move forward. And then for a different reason, I believe the town pulled the project. For history on the project, really for Barbara and for Renee, and I'll take it up where Frank left off. In the fall of 2005, the town went ahead and started a project. At that time, I said the town could move forward, and I allowed the town to actually stage my property without expense for free. When it came to the bridge, my one request was, I said, well, and we need to look at this, but I don't want you dropping a bunch of rocks down there, because if you do, you're going to, by just simple force, push my foundation into the creek, and it's going to migrate down with the water channel. That's in writing to you in December 2005. In January 2006, after the flood, Major and Gelati had left, and I think it was Gelati Construction came back and dumped the rocks down over the side of the bridge. Those rocks being dumped over the side of the bridge, exactly what I expressed to you in writing the month prior to, dropped to my foundation, broke it, and the foundation went into the creek bed, and that's what's really started this erosion. The extension of the pipe that was taken off in the flood has then directed its water, instead of being dispersed onto the rocks, but against the bank. Wendy's property is clearly being eroded, and I hope you look at this. I went down there with her and measured 87 inches for the current cavity. But going forward, later in 2006, I was awarded a $2 million grant that would include restoring that creek. So it would start a survey from Town Hall down to Lansdale Station. It would address the erosion up on the one hole from the banks on the Leo's property. It would address this erosion on the side of the bridge with the extension of that pipe. The one contingency, and this came from the California Conservation State Water Resource Board, I had to put up 25% of the cash outlay, which was $458,000, which I agreed to. I also had to guarantee to ensure all improvements for 20 years, which I agreed to. But they were afraid of giving public money to a private individual, that if this project was not completed by September 2008, that I would have to pay it back. So I came to the town and I said, whether it's by referendum initiative, just a resolution, whatever you want to do, as long as you pass something either for this project, just for me doing this one project, or for anybody doing a similar project, that on the next opportunity to put something on the agenda, that any CEQAs and EIRs would be placed on the agenda, and those deficiencies would be addressed within the next 30 days, so the project wouldn't be stalled, we move forward, and I agreed to take care of this. The town did not want to do that, so I surrendered that grant. Then later, in 2008, and then again in 2012, I was presented with an offer from I don't remember his last name, Mossad, an engineer, and originally it was 88% would be paid by the federal government to replace the entire bridge. If we replace the bridge, it will pay for all these expenses, it will pay for the swing wall, it will pay for the erosion, and it will pay for 300 feet of approach going down past Story Avenue. The town would be paid over 5% for the administration of the grant. The town was not interested. I came back to the town in 2012 because I was again presented by Mossad with a increased offer, and this time the state would pitch in 12.5%, bringing the total cost for bridge reconstruction, engineering, fish ladder reconstruction, belvederes so people could sit there, design, architectural components, and street approach for 105%. The project would be in excess of $2 million, probably $2 to $3 million. The catch on that one was that they did not want to give the money to a private party, so I offered the town of Fairfax to give you my bridge for free, which in the past you tried to take, and no expense, no request of anything, just I'll give you my bridge for free, and the land that it sits on, providing that this goes forward immediately and gets done. This way the town would be paid approximately $200,000 to $300,000 to administer the grant. You would not be paying any money for any of this mitigation to the erosion, and you'd get a new bridge. What they want to see is the bridge to be widened approximately 8 to 12 feet, so it'd be guaranteed for a 200-year seismic upgrade. But the town declined to even vote on it because there's an issue that it might help me. Throughout this process, every time that I've met with Jack Curley, Bill Whitney, and everybody else, I'm told, don't worry, Mike, if we jackhammer out your bridge and something happens, of course we'll fix it. Well, 42 years tells me even if you want to write those checks and listen to the argument tonight on the lack of funds, you don't have the financial wherewithal to do that. When I did present these same concerns to the first organization, which was Friends of Cord Madera Creek, they jumped up and down and said there's no way we'll allow that. They looked at the initial study that was filed, that was not put on the town website. It was put on the town website one day after the 30-day public input closed. The FOIA that I gave to the town provided there was no proof of publication, so this is incorrect. There's no stream bed alteration permit, although the increase of the pipe, which increases water capacity 4 times, allows 4 times volume of water to enter the creek over the same duration of time, clearly requires a stream bed alteration permit. Friends of Cord Madera Creek absolutely stood up and said, we will not support this project because it puts flooding downstream. CEQA also requires that you look at any and all alternatives to this process. Any written request, you must provide information to those parties as the project moves forward. We are not provided any written information about this process for the initial study until I found or heard something about it and made a request to the town. There's also an alternative route of water that goes parallel to Center Boulevard, that goes down about 2 blocks, and you'll see these redwood trees where there's a pipe that crosses underneath Center Boulevard. That pipe has never been cleared. It also reduces water from that neighborhood. So there's another alternative to look at that we can actually mitigate the water and not have it go through one source. I strongly encourage the town to look at all these alternatives and think of the legal ramifications. A, the town was advised in advance of all these problems of how to move forward. The town has been provided an opportunity to have the bridge for free, which they very blatantly wouldn't even vote on. And I think that if push comes to shove, it's a very embarrassing situation that I would like to encourage the town to, whether you want to bifurcate it or not, to arrest the ongoing erosion on Wendy's property and look at a alternative process to fix the outfall pipe. Even if you go back to the last part of this process, that process when the pipe was enlarged, and Greg is correct, it does act as a retention basin. It was done incorrectly. If you look at your permits, it was said that it was CEQA exempt. Well, the code and qualification for that CEQA exempt is when you replace a piece of pipe, it's up to 1/4 mile in length, and it does not include increasing capacity of pipe. So even that project was done improperly. So again, I encourage you to look at the whole project and think thoughtfully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask, Michael, can I ask you just a direct question? Are you agreeable to letting us enlarge the drain outfall on the wing wall?
I would actually say, why wouldn't you just take a brand new bridge and then you could do whatever you want?
Because
it might help
that
me.
ship has sailed.
Okay, this ship has sailed.
Okay. In 2005, the project was stopped because you didn't want the pipe going through your bridge.
Do you realize your approach to go through my bridge has only required jackhammering, not even cutting, no
Under an
magnetometer to
engineer's
look at seal?
supervision. I'm just asking a direct question
No.
so we can make a decision.
No.
That's the answer.
That is
No.
the answer.
And that was your answer in 2005, correct?
I've been very
You
consistent.
stopped the project in 2005.
I've given you many alternatives,
You
ways to do
stopped.
it.
I just want a clear answer so we can make a decision.
I'm not going to
You're not
compromise
going
my
to
sole
allow
access
that.
to the bridge. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. You know, as far as your narrative that you've put out here tonight, I can tell you that I think the record conflicts with it.
I can
think the
publish it on the
grant,
paper if you'd really
if
like
I
to
could
see it,
just
Larry.
finish.
Michael?
Excuse me.
I think the grant proposal that came to the town in 2008, the town did everything it could do to meet the deadlines, and as a matter of fact, did meet the deadlines that were required of us to meet. And in talking to Sandy Gouldman about that project, I was informed that it was you that were unable to meet your obligations to get that grant. So I'm not saying we can reconcile our conflicting narratives, but I think the record should reflect that there's other points of view on that particular part of your narrative.
Okay, I believe Sandy, in the letter that she sent you, saying that she would not support the increased pipe, her final
Yeah.
paragraph. Oh, I'm sorry. I believe the letter that Sandy sent you recently, the final conclusion was, independent of your opinions of Mr. McIntosh, we strongly suggest that you learn to work with him because we support this position.
Right. All I'm saying, Michael,
Okay.
is that that grant proposal was lost, not because the town didn't fulfill its obligations, but because you failed to fill your obligations.
Actually, just to make it correct, I surrendered it, and before I surrendered the grant, I actually met with Hal Brown, and I said, Hal, can I give it to you? And he said, no, Fairfax has to be the lead agency because of its jurisdiction. But no, the reason we couldn't is because the state was very clear. They said, we'll be spending approximately $450,000 up front on surveys, grants, ichthyology, and everything else. And I said,
Michael,
unless
all I'm
the town
saying
agreed.
is the town of
No, I was
Fairfax
correct.
fulfilled its obligations, okay?
No.
So the record, I just want to be clear, you are not going to allow us to continue the pipe through the wing wall, right?
I can't do that.
As you did in 2005. And I just want us to understand that that's what we're dealing with.
Yes, why wouldn't the town just take a brand-new bridge for free and be paid, which would address this pipe?
Michael?
That's not before
I
us
think the
tonight.
point that came up at that time, and I think that the feeling well, not exactly this council, but a number of the people sitting here, was, yes, that grant was for $2 million, but we had a bridge expert saying, well, it's probably in the neighborhood of $4 million.
It's still
And
paid for in
at
full.
that point, there's also questions that you were running into with your grant, which was, if we accept a bridge and improve a bridge that is going on to one person's property, we're not doing the public's business. We're improving the access to one person's property with a bridge that is theirs.
But one thing too that I'm hoping the FEMA maps will illustrate to you, if you look at the depth of our town and the original, I'll say condemnation of over 300 parcels within the flood zone, if somebody is right now stuck in our Box Canyon or the bottom of Mount Tam, if they could come to the back of my property, which I'm at the 500-year floodplain, and leave the bridge in the front, you could avoid all the congestion of downtown. You could have a nice route of safety, egress, if there's a bridge in both locations to save anybody you want.
That may well be true, but that's a much bigger
But it's all
picture.
played
But
well
who,
into this.
yeah, it's really here nor there. I mean, what we're trying to do is replace 20 feet of pipe. And that 20 feet of pipe, you've had well over your 3 minutes.
Yes,
And-
sir.
Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to be able to talk without obfuscation. So, this was before my time on the council. There was 20 feet of pipe there that needed to be replaced. We had the money to do it, and the contractor was sued because of fears of damage to the wing wall, which, you know, I believe that's, yeah, it was threatened with a suit, whatever.
Threatened is
It
correct.
caused the contractor to pack up and stop. So we have an unfinished project. There was a diffuser planned for the end of the pipe, which would have saved Wendy's property that's been damaged by the continued, you know, halfway done project there. It's snowballed, it's gotten a lot more expensive, and it's gotten a lot worse. And it's getting worse from the town's perspective. It's getting worse from Wendy's perspective. It's getting worse from your perspective too. I mean, if we could turn back the clock and go back and do it right, I mean, I think everybody would be well served to just trust the engineers to be able to do the work, and, you know, it would have been done for the bargain price that Frank was putting out there earlier. We can't turn back the clock. We have to go forward. We have 100 houses. Some of them are in Fairfax, some are in San Samo, that are flooding that this pipe is trying to address. We need to put 20 feet of pipe and a diffusion method to address that problem. We can also protect Wendy's property at the same time by doing that project there, and there's a lot of money to be saved by doing both at the same time. Okay, yeah, we can bifurcate it and just protect Wendy's and just kick this down the road. It's not going to get any cheaper. I mentioned before that the amount of money that has been wasted on this really makes me sick. I mean, in this staff report, it talks about $130,000 in costs. That does not include staff time, that does not include legal fees. I've tried to get a handle on what that is, that several $100,000 that comes from a place where worrying about what might happen, is that fear of what might happen is what's caused a huge amount of expense and a huge amount of back and forth. I mean, we're here today, what, 8 years after that flood? 7.5? And it's still not done. I mean, at the rate we're going, we're going to be sitting here again later. We just need to trust that we can go ahead on the process and not argue over the details about what might happen, and say, okay, you know, we have an engineer saying, yes, he's done this a bunch of times. It happens all over the place. Of course, there's no plans for what's inside of that bridge. We could fix that bridge, fix the pipe, make it go through the wing wall, properly deal with the water that comes out of the end of the pipe. You know, it's not rocket science. Water is a little tricky to deal with, but it's not anything that anybody doesn't deal with. And we need to go forward and fix this problem for all the neighbors that are there, for the integrity of the bridge, the integrity of Wendy's Bank, before the price goes up even more. we'll come up with the money wherever we need to come up with the money, one way or the other. I mean, because that's what we have to do as a town. But right now, $250,000 or whatever the estimate is for it right now seems, to me, in my estimates, that's only half of what we've wasted already, going back and forth, having the kind of arguments that have just been going on in this room tonight. And that's unconscionable. That's the people's money in Fairfax. And by doing that, we're stealing from the community. And I think that's unconscionable.
Okay, if I may, not to rebuke, but in 2006, I actually offered, and I got the contractor to pay 1/3. I offered to pay 1/3, and I had requested the town pay 1/3 of an insurance policy to cover my bridge, and I said, go forward. The town did not want to do that. I even offered to pay for your insurance so it'd be a separate policy to cover the bridge because you can't afford to replace it.
You know
Nor
what?
do I think you would.
We can't go back to 2006.
I know, but see,
we
all
need to
these
go
things
forward and fix this and just trust that we can do it. Instead of saying, no, you're not going to go through my bridge and cause a problem.
As recently as last summer, I signed an agreement with Judy Anderson so you guys could move forward on this project, and I said you could stage as long as you want on my property. I won't charge you to go forward. And at the last minute, after the bid was awarded, the town retracted the bid. I said go forward. I said just extend the pipe, put down the rocks, fix her bank, just leave the bridge alone because you don't have the money. You refuse to pick up an insurance policy to protect my bridge. It's my sole access.
I think that was actually dealt with at the time, and there were some other legal issues that were brought into closed session.
I can show you the signed
I
agreement.
wonder if we can bring this back to the council, because I think we really need to make some sort of decision to give direction to staff before we all fall asleep.
Yeah, well, I think that's appropriate. You know, I mean,
I'm really sorry that you placed myself like against the community, but we should work together as an.
I'll make a motion at this time that we have a discussion about bid letter B, which the engineer, I think quite ably brought to the attention that, and the hour grows late and it's tough at 11:30-ish to be spending $250,000 of the people's money or more, but listening carefully to what the engineer said and his experience and his belief that we can do the pipe project through the wing wall, and provide the flood protection that was at the core of this at the beginning, and at the end of the day to protect Wendy's property. My feeling is that B seems to be the best of the three options.
If we're done, can I sit down, please?
No, I mean, I think in the best of all worlds, it is our best option. It's been our best option for 8 years, as a matter of fact. So I guess it now comes to being a legal question, which is what happens when we have an improvement in a public right-of-way. What happens if the owner of that improvement, doesn't want to cooperate with the installation of a public utility?
Well, I think if you want to do this particular project, you would need to obtain access from the property owners involved, one way or the other, either through a volunteer agreement or some sort of litigation. Various approaches that could take, that will take time and more importantly, money. So I think that the best thing to do is to get a volunteer agreement, of course. And if you think I'm going to sit here and give you all the detailed legal advice about what I would recommend for litigation strategy, I'm not going to do that in public, so.
Why not?
I guess
that's going to slow us down.
Yeah, I mean, that's really from the outset been the elephant in the room.
That's the conundrum.
Yeah, it is. I mean, B is the option. I agree with you, David, that B is the option that allows us to get forward, to fix the problem, to fix, to basically do it right.
but we have a,
And we have a legal problem.
Can I make a suggestion here? It sounds like your choice would be, in the best of all worlds, is option B. And maybe you could direct staff to take a look at a bid package and the legal issues that would need to be surmounted, and then, or the negotiations with the property owner, and then come back at the next meeting. And we can perhaps make more progress that way.
Right, because you always have, I'm sorry, you always have the option if you bid it out, you could bid it out and do bid alternate for the pipe, so you can at least get the bank stabilization, and if you don't do the bid alternate for the pipe, you wouldn't do that, but you could then move forward to
Sort
bank
of
stabilization.
get a bid with a bunch of different pipes
Right,
licenses.
it'll make it more costly because you're separating it out,
Of course.
but that'll allow you to go down a certain path.
Could I ask another question? Since both option A is without the pipe extension. Option B with the direct route pipe extension is about the same amount of money. And you said that staff would come back with some recommendations about how to finance it, since they're both around the same price.
Well, I think the pricing is just because of the contingency. I mean, with the pipe, it's going to be more expensive. Maybe the 25,000 more was a little low. Maybe it should have been more like 50, but.
Understood. And, I'm not trying to pin you down on price. I'm just trying to figure out if we could get from you some recommendations about how to finance either A or B, whichever we decide to do.
Yeah, that's not a problem because we can't issue a bid until you know how you're going to pay for it anyway.
So we really do need that information, so.
As long as we're doing that, I know it's not a critical issue, but if we could figure out the tree issue, because to me that's, apart from the legal issues, if we can get past that, we're still looking at timing problems if we need to remove the tree doing new CEQA documents. So as long as we've got coming back on all those things, I think that would help us.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think if we can get it done this season, that would be the best of all possible worlds, and I think not harming that tree is really the key to doing that, agency-wise.
Maybe also get more information on how difficult it might be to get those permits revised, so we could just have everything at our fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, John, if I may, would it be okay, and not like an official thing, but just okay where we're not compromising, if Wendy and I went down there and, I mean, I'm sure she'd want to clear with her attorney, but if we just picked up the migrating rocks that are currently there and stacked them on our bank to just to lightly arrest this while these discussions are going on? Because we're all kind of saying like, oh, nobody wants to touch it because of liability, but in this sense, the underfooting of my bridge is being undermined, her bank's been undermined, and if we could put the rocks that we're talking about just doing a better job, it'd still slow things down. So if we could all make a, no way?
But in essence, what you're asking for is us to approve you to do some non-permitted work.
Just saying that we're all going to kind of like work together, kind of like cross-indemnify each other, all hold each other by the hand.
No, we're done, we're done. Michael, Mayor, could I just ask one more question?
Okay, Larry, go ahead.
About this insurance policy.
Yes.
Would you be willing to, are you still willing to consider us doing the direct route if we got that insurance policy? I don't even know if there is such a critter.
There is a critter, and I would certainly entertain a conversation and review that with you.
Okay, and maybe you could send us information about it, okay, so we could see how much it costs. If that would make you willing to cooperate with us, I think we need to explore that option. So if you have information about that, I'd like to see it.
Okay, it's been a few years, but I'm sure I can come up with something for you.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
I mean, because really, in essence, we don't want a battle. We want to fix the problems all the way around. We want you to feel comfortable and safe, you know, that we're not going to wreck the bridge. We need to fix the problem for the community, for Wendy, and for you.
I mean, honestly, I haven't litigated this matter for 7 years because I've really hoped to build a bridge here and not burn a bridge. And I'd like this to be that step in that direction. That's why Judy and I went out to lunch. We changed language and we made an agreement. And I would encourage that we have a conversation, because a lot of these conversations have been kept offline, and I have not been included, Wendy's not been included, my attorney's not gotten copy till after the fact. I really encourage a more open dialogue, because that's how we're going to move forward.
I'm all for it. Unfortunately, that when the prospect of litigation gets brought up, everybody, gets in the trenches, which
John,
I don't like going there either. So let's agree to move forward. We've asked staff for a good report, and we can't really go on with this too much right now. But
even if we're both represented, it doesn't preclude us from conversations. We can still communicate. We just can't have our agents speak to somebody else's counsel. So we're still open, as Larry knows, so we can have these dialogues and move this forward.
Okay, thanks.
And you'll get us that information. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so do you, staff feel directed on this? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can go now.
Oh,
you did.
Was this one of them?
Very good. That was good. That was good.
Okay, it is 11:30. At this point, we, in our guidelines, have agreed to only hear the things that we must hear, which we should talk about right now, because there's a number of things that we must hear. We need to give, well, going from the top down, 19, 21. Yes, certainly 5, 6 also. All right. Does everybody agree with this? 19, 21, 25, 26? 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah, and I think I have to
Where are we?
recuse myself from 25.
Which, say it again, please.
Okay, 19 is the grand jury report on the fire
Okay.
redux.
Yep.
21 is discussed budget projects and schedule.
Okay.
24 is discussing consideration of Measure I Oversight Committee.
That goes, yeah, we can do that quickly.
Okay, that'll be quick too. To draft EIR for the planned Bay Area.
I think we can do that quickly.
And then discuss, consider summer meeting schedule.
Okay.
That continues the recycling disposal of waste for construction projects. That continues purchasing policy, continues the open space fund, and it continues the board and committee assignments.
Excuse me, Mayor. Could we continue 25? And the reason I make that request, I really think it's such an important issue.
No, we can't.
You know, we cannot,
We have an obligation.
we have an obligation to hear that, and
It's May 16th.
it's
is
May
the deadline.
16th is the deadline.
Because I'd like the whole public to hear what's going
Right,
on.
well, they're not gonna.
Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we're streaming this.
There's a lot of other venues.
Yeah,
that have been.
there's a
made
number of
available.
venues, but we need to get feedback from this council. Be nice to get it from the community. Frankly, I didn't see the
No.
members in the council chambers tonight.
19.
19 sounds good to me. This is accept response to the grand jury report, Marin, on fire redux. And I guess members Bragman and Weinsoff.
Let me do this very quickly. Larry, myself, and really a lot of help from the chief as well, put together this document that responds to the findings and recommendations required of us under the grand jury's report, and we ask the council's consideration and approval of the write-up that we presented.
Yeah, and I do think Chief Meager did a great job in, pardon the pun, defusing some of the hysteria about broom, and pointed out that some of the native flora are just as combustible, and in fact were responsible for the major fires here in 1945 and going on back. So I think it's actually a fair report, and I think our critique of the grand jury's denigration of opponents to the use of pesticides is balanced. So,
Can I make a motion to, oh no,
Sure.
I guess we actually
I would
have to
just say,
comment.
yeah, well, at this point, yeah, we're comments. And I would, also, I have to open it to the
Right.
thing, but the first is for council, and I would agree, I was happy with the, I found the grand jury report rather flippant.
Yeah.
And I thought this was a good response. Is there any other comments from the council? Okay, I'd like to open it up to the,
Michael McIntosh.
Yes.
Sorry to bug you so many times tonight. But you know, as for spraying the pesticides, and especially like looking at special fuel like the broom, on my property, I can say, if you want to use this as an example, I have pulled out the broom manually by hand 10 out of the 11 years I've owned that property, and you can see the difference. Probably after the first 5 years, and we have plenty of people at our jails and stuff that if we can employ, or plenty of people that need jobs, if we employed them to pull these invasive plants, I think we'd make a big dent, and I think after 4 or 5 years, we'd see the difference without pesticides.
thank you. I tend to agree. I mean, they had it $30 an hour that they were speculating to pay. Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the response to the grand jury report, form to the Marin on Fire Redux report.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Kohler, Weinsoff, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously.
thank you.
Number 21 is discussed budget process and schedule. So here,
The main issue here is typically, it sounds like council likes to have a workshop on Saturday. Now that you have a new council member, I think the date the other 4 of you thought might work is June 1st. So that doesn't work for Councilmember Kohler. So you need to find another Saturday, but when we polled everybody, June 1st was the only Saturday that worked, is what I recall. And so the alternative is doing it on a Friday morning or afternoon. We need like 3 hours. I don't know if that means less public will show up, or it's not going to make that big of a difference for the members of the public that want to show up to talk about the budget.
well, we have the fortunate cameras so the public can look in at home or somewhere else. It can be streamed.
I just wanted to say that I'm gone June 1st through June 8th, so if Friday the 7th was a consideration, I won't be in town.
Okay.
No.
Maybe, I mean, the attendance at these budget workshops has not been overwhelming. And I do think, actually, your point about us being video and accessible is a good one. So maybe we could just schedule a meeting, have a special meeting at night before you leave? Is there any? I don't know if staff is going to be, you're leaving on June 1st?
Yeah,
I see.
really early in the morning.
Okay,
so
yeah,
not
that's-
something
Well-
Friday night.
Yeah, that's,
But I can do, I mean, I don't know if we're talking about times, but if we want to go for Fridays, was your potential suggestion, is June 14th a possibility? People want to do Fridays? Or do we want to go for night?
I'm actually gone for 2 weeks in I think June 12th through the 26th, so I may be,
What about May 31st?
I can't.
It's Friday afternoon or morning?
I guess I could do it Friday morning.
Friday morning?
I can't do
I mean, this squeezes staff by 1 day from the June 1st date.
Well, one option is to do it without me. Because this is a vacation I've had planned.
Yeah, I understand that, but budget's important.
I mean, this is the most important thing we do all year.
So are we looking at now May 31st?
Well, I threw that out there as a possibility, just to even see if it was possible for staff before I even brought it up with council. It
Well,
works for Barbara. It works
If
for
May 31st is the only date that works for all 5 council members, we'll put a budget together. I can't say, oh, have all the components we like it to have, or be in a finished, form we'd like to present it,
Well, at
but
least
we'll
you can
make
get
that
some
work.
feedback.
What
Right.
about if we wanted to do a night meeting, either something like June 10th or June 11th? Because Larry, we go away on the 12th.
What day of the week is that?
That is
Monday?
Monday or Tuesday.
The 12th is a Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
If we wanted to try to do a night meeting,
12th does not work.
well, he appears to be gone. What about the 10th? Monday?
I could probably do that. I'm having a hard time pulling up my schedule, but that sounds like doable.
Yeah, that works. It's right after the festival.
Right, that's,
We're here.
A little better version, or a bit more complete version ready.
That would work. What was the date again, though?
June
Sorry.
10th?
June 10th?
June 10th.
And you want that in the evening?
Yeah,
So we probably need about 3 hours, so it'd be okay to start a little earlier in the evening?
sure,
Like 6 or 5?
sure, 6.
6? Okay.
6 would be good.
So June 10th. Okay. Okay, so that's when the budget workshop would be. Question for council then is typically you have your workshop, then you'd have a public hearing at a meeting, and then you'd have a meeting to adopt the budget. So you went June 10th, then you have your meeting in July. I guess you could do the public hearing then, and then adopt the budget, final budget in August. I guess the question in July is, the meeting right now you have scheduled for July is July 9th. I'm actually going to be out of town, so I'm wondering if you could shift that meeting.
July 10th, you mean?
Why didn't we have our regular,
4th of
Because
July.
it's the 3rd of July. Yeah.
yeah, I gotta say, I can trump the engineer, why I'm not gonna do that. I'm having colonoscopy.
Thank you for sharing that.
So I got him on a stupid root canal.
No, we only have 2.
That's right.
This is the 9th.
Yeah, the meeting would
9th
be
of
your
July.
second.
Though, I mean, knowing something about colonoscopies, they can be rescheduled. And it's, well,
Maybe we could do it in the room.
That would be
We
nice.
can notice things.
yeah. Well, I mean, David, I myself did just reschedule a colonoscopy earlier this month, so I know that it can happen. So are you willing to do that?
No, I'm not actually. So if he wants to do it on the 24th,
Of July?
yeah.
24th of July,
That sounds good.
that would be the council meeting.
It'd be a special meeting to get the
adopt.
public hearing for your
July
budget.
24th.
Because you would have a public hearing, and then you would adopt the budget at your regular meeting in August.
Okay, so July 24th would be the council meeting.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we have no
It would be
town
what?
council meeting on June 5th, correct?
June 5th, we have council.
Okay, and I won't be here for that.
So we
the
have
July meeting will be June 24th.
July
meeting will-
24th.
July 24th, thank you.
2 of
June
them.
10th will be the budget workshop.
Right.
I'm getting confused.
There's 2 meetings in July.
Okay, when are they? Help me.
The 9th
Okay, the 9th?
and the 24th.
Okay.
I thought we just changed.
I thought we changed the 9th. Are we keeping the 9th?
No, the 9th is now July 24th.
Well, that's our regular council meeting, the 9th.
No,
No,
that's a
he
Tuesday.
he just said that's not working.
Garrett won't be here.
So
Okay.
July 24th would be
Is our
the
council meeting. and
council
budget adoption.
meeting instead.
Our regular council meeting, and then we'll also adopt.
And budget adoption.
Saying to, you would, I know on the calendar you had July 9th, because July 3rd's right before 4th of July, but, so what we're proposing is just replace the 9th with July 24th.
Okay,
Just one meeting for July.
just one meeting, okay?
And then we're staying with August 7th for the council meeting?
Right, and August 7th, you would actually adopt the final budget.
That would be a new record.
I think last year
Would
was
be.
August, wasn't it? Or September?
I don't know
We-
at this
we've
point.
gone
I
longer.
may not be able to make the August meeting,
We've
but,
gone
yeah.
longer,
But that's not as crucial. It's the final adoption thing.
so.
Okay. So are we done with that?
Mayor, could I just, on the Measure I Oversight Committee, which really does need to kind of get folded into this, apparently there's only one member from the past committee that wants to be on the committee. And there's me that's still on the committee as a holdover.
Right.
So could we poll the council and see if we could get another council member?
Right, I think, okay.
Okay, so we've got 3 people.
3 people.
Okay, so I think the 3 people need to meet with the finance director at some point before we adopt the budget and just trace the Measure I funds and just make sure we've complied with the ballot measure. So I don't think it's, I think it's something you can handle very well, and I think, it should not be another medical procedure for any of us, hopefully. I'll take the root canal, actually.
I think I'll take a root canal too.
Okay. So,
Who made up the committee before?
There's a list.
Were they just public?
citizens.
Who's the
Yeah,
person who wants
there's
to
2
do it?
council members and
Who's the person?
7
Ted?
or 9 members of the public.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay.
So all those other people said they resigned.
They didn't technically resign, they just never responded to any inquiries asking if they'd like
Well,
to
we
stay
should
on the committee.
contact them again.
I think you tried a few times, right?
I tried to contact them. Ted Bright responded. Now I don't have my list in front of me. 2 of the people I didn't have any contact information for,
Okay.
and the rest never replied. And Pam is gone.
We could try again.
Ted's knowledgeable, you know the budget. I mean, I don't know, does the council need to, I guess would need to go through a formal appointment process to get new people on the Measure I Oversight Committee, is what I'm thinking, which would.
Typically, you've had an application process.
So-
But what we can do is, if you like, what we could do is you've appointed another council member. 1 member's responded, we could try to get the others, and if they show up,
I would
great.
at least give it one more shot and just see if you can get a hold of whoever's left.
Do you have any contact information for them from a prior meeting?
What are the names?
It's on the back of his.
Oh, sorry. I don't have a paper pad.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mike Hazel can't be too hard to find.
He
Yeah.
didn't respond.
I mean, not being on this Measure I Oversight Committee, I mean, there's one piece of financial information that I asked for in the last month or so, because it was not apparent from the earlier things, and that is the breakdown of the Measure I money in terms of where, different police, fire, public safety, matching grant funds, and youth commission. Is now the time to bring that up then, since I'm not on that committee?
Would you like to see? That's fine.
Well, I'd like to bring up a concern, and so as not to be in violation of the Brown Act, I'm unfortunately got to bring it up now, correct?
If you check your budget for Fund 20, down at the bottom is an exhibit that shows the receipt of the funds and how it's transferred to the other places for
Yes,
the use
and
of projects.
and that's exactly what concerns me, is that on the first period of it, the way that we got this to pass, it was basically funding police and fire, making those two departments whole, and I guess that was Measure F. Okay, and that did not pass.
No, Measure F passed.
Okay, the one prior to Measure F
K,
did not.
L.
Measure
L did not pass.
Did not pass, because it just had those 2.
Right.
Then we modified it to include youth programs and matching funds for public safety types of things, such as crosswalks, bike lanes.
Public works.
Yeah, public works, things that benefited the community. And because of that, the community rallied behind it, and it passed. And that was in place when the Measure I then passed again. Then a couple years back, I guess it's been 3 years at this point, that formula for the matching funds, I don't have the figures right in front of me, it went from 148 or something like that, down to, I think it was 68 or 78 was for the matching funds, and the rest went into police and fire. And
youth.
no. I mean, youth was still there intact, but the matching funds for the public works projects was decreased significantly.
Okay.
And the money went to police and fire, which, I've got nothing against police and fire, but I think that's an essential component going forward. And right now, we're short of matching funds, and that's a problem. And I think the community deserves those matching funds because they voted for them. So
Yeah, and
I would like to make that portion of it whole.
I think that's
going
why we need to convene the oversight committee to address those questions.
That, the oversight committee had not met during that period, and that's what happened. And
But
that's
I mean,
what
I would
needs to not
add
happen.
just one thing. The only guaranteed recipient of funds was youth services, which was, I think, $20,000 a year, 18. Yeah, that's all we could manage to squeeze out of the council back then. But there were no minimum guarantees for matching funds, and
Well, that may well be true, but the fact of the matter is that portion,
I hear you.
which was essential to getting it passed, is not whole at this point, and
Well, I mean, John, I think
I just
saying
needed to
it's
say
not.
that point because I'm not going to have the opportunity on this
Well, you can,
subcommittee. So.
okay, when you say made whole, I think that's a little bit unclear because, like I said, there was no minimum guarantee for each part of where was.
Yeah, I understand that.
Designed to go. So, I mean, that's why we're going to meet, and we will definitely take up that issue of Public Works and seeing how that plays out. I think we need to do that, so.
Okay.
What I can do is I'll try to get a hold of Graham Irwin and see if I can dragoon him into this.
I know Brad Whitelock, if it's indeed Brad Whitelock or not.
Yeah, it's probably, okay. So we'll try to convene a meeting before we adopt the budget. Okay,
Sounds like a plan.
thanks.
Okay, thanks. And, okay, discuss, consider the draft EIR for Planned Bay Area. I did not print this out for people.
I have a copy, and I think I should recuse myself. My agency, I work for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and they're an integral part in putting Planned Bay Area together. Although I'm not personally involved in the project, I think it would just be better for me to recuse myself. So you may have my copy.
Well, yeah, this copy here, actually, the copy of the EIR is over 1,400 pages.
Oh, I thought you just wanted this piece of paper. Isn't this enough?
That's unfortunately not what we're talking about.
Executive summary.
Yeah, actually, I have in here an executive summary that's about that thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully, yes.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, that's fine. Basically, this has come up in a number of different venues. There's been a number of places for public input. We had somebody speaking towards it during open time tonight, which I did not stop just because I knew this is going to be close to midnight, and here's the room like this.
Can I just say thank you? I'm going to leave since this is the last item.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
all right. Sleep tight. Huh? Okay, so I don't know how familiar the different council members are with this Bay Area plan. This is Association of Bay Area Governments and MTC. Basically, there are RENA numbers which are assigned to all the different towns, which is the one tool that ABAG tends to use for housing numbers, and then MTC controls transportation funding, and they have directed in Marin County, it's 50% of the discretionary funding, which is 20% of the whole of transportation funding. 50% of the funding, of that 20% discretionary funding, is directed to be used in these planned development areas, which is called PDAs. There's volumes of material of detail on this, so I'm trying to do it. There's two for sure PDAs identified in San Rafael in Marin County, basically in downtown San Rafael and around the Civic Center. And then there are 4 more areas in Marin County, basically along the 101 corridor in various spots that are identified as potential development areas. The other 50% of the discretionary money can be spent outside of those PDAs in Marin County. The Bay Area plan that is being put forward by the One Bay Area organization is intending to concentrate development and both housing and jobs along existing transportation corridors, and basically keep sprawl from happening, to keep development happening in those areas. In one of the meetings, a public meeting last Monday night, there was vocal opposition, vocal support, and criticism of it. And I guess most of the support for it was that we need to do something to deal with climate change. Some of the criticisms from that camp were that there was no provision for affordable housing or transit subsidies. The other main camp that was in that public venue was, I guess, more of a right-wing approach. They didn't want to have any government control over anything. A lot of them talked about Agenda 21 and perhaps discredited themselves somewhat by making some statements that seemed outlandish. There were also some criticisms by other council members, and in particular made at the TAM meeting, and one that Councilmember Wensoff and I attended, where these PDAs in San Rafael were designed to be in fairly low-lying areas that were subject to flooding in the event of sea level rise. So that's a very quick synopsis of some of the issues that have come up around this. And if people have, if member of the public or other people in the council have thoughts and comments to make relative to this.
My thought is we have this deadline. Council Mayor Pat Eklund of Novato is the coordinator county-wide for all of us. And she has requested a position by each town. And staff and you have identified a very reasonable position. In the second paragraph, the staff believes the Plan Bay area would have minimal or no impact on Fairfax, and that no comments are warranted on the DEIR. Unless somebody has read the 1,400-page behemoth. It seems like a very reasonable position to take and to forward on to Mayor Eklund. If somebody has other thoughts, great.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about a letter that we all received that was from, forgive me, I cannot remember her name, but it was something that went out to all of us, stating that it wasn't Pat.
It wasn't?
It was someone saying that we did have the opportunity to request an extension of 6 months before we made those comments.
You're right. She was a commenter, it was an email. And actually, it was a reprint of her letter in the IJ. And she was I believe, a commenter sitting behind me or something last Thursday. And her point is extremely well taken, which is a very small amount of time, very large document. And the response, again, maybe it's the month for snarky comments, but the fellow from MTC who was there with the French cuff said, well, that could be one of your public comments, that you didn't have enough time to adequately prepare the comments. So what she, if I recall her email, is saying is that we should respond and say more time is necessary. To say that that's, good luck trying to move these people on that one.
It was the first time I had heard Pat Eklund speak, and she was very passionate about us taking some kind of stand and really, weighing in on this. So it seemed to me from that email that it might behoove us to give it that time so that we could, even, with what's going on May 9th over at Dominican, go and learn about what people have to say in the county and learn about what we're thinking about, what the local implications might be, so we could make a statement.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
I emailed Linda Jackson today and also Jim, asking her. Linda Jackson is the lead planner from the county for our participation, about what the plan was, what the impact is going to be. For Fairfax, she provided me with that information, which is our regional housing needs assessment numbers. What I would suggest, I think there's a lot to be criticized in the plan, including the process by which it's been developed, and sort of a lack of transparency, and maybe just a lack of sort of political finesse in how they've done their outreach. So I think there's probably some pretty well considered opinions and plans in it, but I do think there's a lot to be criticized in it, including the whole premise about CO2 reduction, which I think is very questionable. I think putting 2 of the major PDAs in tidal flood zones is also pretty questionable. And what I would suggest, just to kind of deal with it, would be to do what we did with the grand jury, which is just to designate 2 of us to come up with a list of concerns or comments. I would want to fold Jim in, just so we don't go way out of, I want our opinions to be grounded in actual planning fact. But I think we could put that, I've received a lot of comment from people that could be folded into a good letter without writing a book, and I think you attended that meeting. Mm-hmm. And if you were willing, I'm willing to work with you to draft a letter with Jim, non-inflammatory to the extent possible, and and submit it. I think we should submit it, including extending the comment period, which when I talked to ABAG staff, which consisted of Ken Kirky, who used to be sitting in your chair, he was not too optimistic that that was going to fly, but it's definitely worth making the request.
Yep. Well, I heard Ken basically state that to delay the comment, to extend the comment period would basically delay enough so that a bunch of federal deadlines would be missed, and then tons and tons of work would have to be thrown out and started over from scratch. And so I think, did you hear that too?
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, okay, so
I heard that too. But
it sounds like bureaucratically that is not coming, extension is not going to be coming.
Right, but that makes it more important for us to get our comments in.
Very much, I would agree.
So,
and I would agree to work together with you.
Would you be willing to do that? I mean, it's...
It sounds like you'll prepare a letter and Jim can review it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll just work together and figure out a schedule.
If the council has confidence that we can do that.
One thing I will say about this process, first of all, they did lay out years ago, Marianne and I, Majori and I went to a meeting, and they were laying this out, this roadmap out years and years and years ago. But the meeting that we attended, unlike, I would say, most of the meetings in any meeting that we've ever had here, which is you got the feeling that they were just looking at their watch and saying, all right, I got an hour and 45 minutes of this stuff, and then I'm out of here. Mm-hmm. And they had 15, 16 council members, a handful of supervisors, and they really just were looking at the clock to me. That was the impression that I got.
Yep. Well,
So
and,
I wish
and
you
looking
luck
back to
on-
another public meeting that they had a year prior to that, I've gone to a number of them, and the feeling that I could say was probably universal in the room was they had made a plan, they had realized that it needed to go before the public and receive public comment, and so that they were holding this event to comply with that part, but they weren't going to pay any attention to what anybody said, and they were just going to do the plan anyway,
So
which went over like a lead
Yeah,
balloon.
that didn't go over very well.
And they've gotten a little bit better, but now with the timing, we're seeing exactly how that's playing
So I
out.
applaud your producing a letter, but I didn't get the feeling that it would get the same sort of attention that the two of you, three of you are going to put into it, unfortunately. But
Well,
We need to make a record.
yeah, we do.
and So that's kind of where it's at.
Yeah. It's not going to be anything like this.
No. So if that,
Maybe like this.
be good.
Barbara's.
Okay. We will definitely. ask
Okay,
for it.
so we're continuing items, all these other items. Do I need to list them off for the record? Good. Oh, yes, I would love public input on that. I'm sorry.
Michael McIntosh, I strongly encourage you to put forth your letter. I'd actually like to not be inflammatory, as Larry pointed out, but encourage you to slow down the process, to make the process less opaque. I personally am not a supporter of this, and it may be the future steps of our cooperation. I'd be very pleased to allocate a day or two and sit with you guys and show you just how cooperative I can be to help you proof a letter and get a letter off. I think it's very important.
Well, thank you. So,
I'd second that one.
all right, all those in favor? I think that's unanimous. So thank you all very much.
Actually, Mayor, before we lose Jim Karpiak, I would like to make one comment that I think is appropriate.
No, this is a good comment. Meeting's adjourned. I know, but listen, you have to meet when one person, I don't want to say his name, came up here and he said something about that he'd like to see the staff be more polite to the general public. I've really thought about this. I think that I can
Very arrogantly and accurately say that I have dealt with more aspects of this town from every level, from top to bottom and everybody, and I can absolutely say without reservation, even here at our kind of arguing about my bridge, my sole access, that I find everybody in this town to have always been extremely polite, to really be well-mannered, to take our turns in talking. And I think this is something that I keep meaning to put in the newspaper, because in the whole process of appointing somebody for the seats, that is the only thing that I felt that is really offensive and incorrect. I don't want to say who said the comment, but it's actually rubbed me, and I've thought about this for a couple of months. And I really think the town of Fairfax is extremely polite and very accommodating to listen to all of our wacky ideas from Puff the Magic Dragon.